Oh, hey. Look, I've never streamed before, so I'm getting used to this. You guys already kind of came in here. I haven't even posted it yet. How are you, right, girl? All right. All right. Yeah, I saw you asking yesterday about if you should do flat attack on archers and mounted. I think once you have enough archers, I think that's a good idea to do. Get two tapped. All right, I'm gonna try to get this test done before SVS starts because I'm afraid players are gonna start messing with me. So this is gonna be a rally test. But basically, the idea of this is just to see if speedbooks affect rallies. And I've done this test before. But basically, what we're going to do is attack this this city with a bunch of keeps, and only one's gonna have a speed book. So that's the idea. And what you guys don't see is also, can you hear me all right? Because my computer's kind of dying right now. I have so much going on. Here, I'll show you what you don't see right now. What is this? Will this show it? No, that's that display. Oh yeah, here we go. So if I was to actually show you, I have a bunch of keeps I'm going to use for this test. I have about 10 of them, so we're going to use 10 keeps. We're going to put a speed book on one of them and see if that affects the order that it hits my troops. So that's what this test is all about. Let's go ahead and put that in here, that location. 573 1010. All right. Just to be safe, I'm gonna go ahead and teleport there. Yeah, I have quite a few alts. I don't farm them. This is for testing. It's basically what I do. I just test with a bunch of alts. And you may be asking why are they K37, and that is so I could test. It's also how I play Chalons. Yeah, right, girl. You actually have an amazing tier 1 trap. I think people can learn more about tier 1 traps from you than they can from me. Because you actually live it. You live the tier 1 trap life. And I love it. Alright. Almost done. Want to get this done before SVS starts. I don't want players to mess with me. Okay. So let's do this. Okay, dude, this is my first stream, and it's I have no idea how to do this. This was a lot of work, so I have a lot more respect for yours. Okay. So the idea of this test is we're just going to do a rally real fast. I wanted to do more tests, but unfortunately, I kind of came home from work late, and SVS is about to start, and there's a good chance that people from SVS may interfere. Which, with a rally, that'd be difficult. If they interfere with the rally, that'd be difficult. But if they interfere with other stuff, I could live with it. So the idea of this test is right now we're going to send just 4 layers of mounted. And what this is going to do for us is we're going to see what troop hits what first. So we know that the top tier is going to get hit first. So I'm going to send 4 tiers. So tier 1, I'm going to send 4. Tier 2, I'm going to send 3. Tier 3, I'm going to send 2. And tier 4, I'm going to send 1. Yep. So now, I'll go ahead and start a rally. I'm going to start a rally with one of my random alts. That's what I'm doing right now. I'll show you. So I'm going to start a rally with one of these random alts. I am just testing right now. Who's going to hit this mounted first? And you'll see eventually. I was going to do this in a different order, but this kind of has to get done first. So we're going to go ahead and test with Spite. I wonder if I have any speed books on this guy. Yeah, probably not. I don't normally put speed books on these alts. Okay, it doesn't matter. So all I'm going to do is send ground. That's it, just ground. And we're going to see which ground hits it first. So here's just 400, tier 14. Going to start the rally. And I'll have everybody join. What are these? All right. So let's find somebody that has a speed book on one of their troops. That's all I care about right now is the speed book. Yeah, right now what we're doing is I'm just putting some mounted in there, and we're going to do a rally. We're going to see who hits first. That's all we're doing. And we're going to put a speedbook on one of the players in here. One of these guys have a speedbook. And if they don't, I'm just going to give one of them a speedbook. It's getting a little bit too difficult. I'm losing patience in finding the speedbook. Because I've done this test a long time ago, I just didn't know which generals I used. Oh, here we go. Here's a speedbook right here on Hui Qbing. He's going to go ahead and do a speedbook. Everybody else is going to have some normal general. Doesn't matter who. Okay, and we'll give this guy also a speedbook. So, Sloth, which is kind of funny. He's going to be he's going to have a speedbook, and so will Greed. So we'll see if this affects who attacks who. Let's see here. This one will have mounted. And now we're just going to give them ground. Wait, what the hell's going on? Where's this guy? Oh, I didn't move him. Oh, that's embarrassing. Ah, well, that happens. No, just no. Howdy. Howdy to you too. So right now we just have greed and sloth are the only ones with layers. Sorry, layers. They're the only ones with speed books. So we're gonna see if greed and sloth hit these troops first. And these troops that I'm using, I'm gonna uncover my face. I didn't realize I was still in front of me. The troops that we're using is from this keep right here. And all he did was put in, let's see, look at the camp. They just have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we're gonna see whatever troop makes it to them first, it's gonna kill the tier 4 first. Then tier 3, tier 2, tier 1. We'll know this because we'll just see a troop killed 1, some other troop killed 2, 3, and 4. This is how you know what order they're attacking in. We got 5 minutes before SVS, so that's gonna be fun. After this, I can do the rest of the testing. It's gonna be pretty easy. It's just this big rally is gonna be the one that'd be difficult. I'm gonna go ahead and release the rally. Just whatever, attack now. So going to the rally, gonna hit it. Yeah. Okay, well let's take a look at the report real fast. So right now we look at the battle report, and all troops died. And let's see who hit it first. So when we go to these attackers, we have 10 of them. The only 2 that had speed books were Greed and Sloth. So let's see who got the kills. Spite only killed 1, so he killed the tier 1. So Spite ended up attacking 4th. Sloth attacked 3rd. So Sloth had a speed book and attacked 3rd. Lust attacked 2nd. And Wrath attacked 1st. Wrath did not have a speed book. He had Queen Budisha. I don't know if that's how you say it, but Wrath attacked first. He didn't have a speed book. So the one that did have a speed book was Greed. And Greed had no kills. The other player that had a speed book was Sloth, and Sloth attacked 3rd. So that's kind of what I was trying to get at. And let me bubble these guys up real fast because I'm sure the other servers like, what the hell's going on here? And then I can do some more testing. I have to bubble up the alts. Real fast. I might unbubble them later. Oh shit. That's what I would do. Just give me a second. I need to do this before the enemy server has a blast with these. Oh, wrong one. All right, that would be that test. And just for now, I'll bubble myself until I'm ready for the next test. So that was just trying to show that it doesn't affect, speed doesn't affect rallies. Like we just did a rally, you saw that there's ground speed books on 2 of these alts. They didn't hit the mounted first. So that's just a basic, because a lot of what I'm saying, I showed people these reports where it's a big solo battle, and they said, okay, well maybe speedbooks work in rallies. If they worked in rallies, the 2 keeps that had the speedbooks would have hit the mounted troops first. And now that SVS started, I'm gonna have to play this a little bit differently, but I'm gonna do it. This will be a little bit easier, actually. So, let's take a look at this. Oh. So this time, I'm just gonna do a lot of solos to show that the distances, how I found the distances for the battlefield being 1500. Let's do that. Actually, what I need to do. All right, so basically, I'm just going to ghost this one keep, this one alt, and I'm going to show different tests on this specific alt. And if there's anything that you guys have a test that you want me to do, I can do it while we're at it. So let's just come over here and teleport you over here as well. Oh, actually, while I'm here, I might as well just test this. Another thing that people were saying was that mounted speedbook would affect who attacks like a monster first. Yeah. So let me go ahead and try that. Here I'm sending 2 generals, no mounted speedbook, just this one just has monster troop, and Roland doesn't have a monster speedbook, so I'm gonna do a rally on it. Yeah, actually, I might as well just do it on the Ymir. It's right here. And I'm gonna join with. God, this is kind of difficult to do. I'm gonna join with my alts. Let's see here. Just like last time. So I'm gonna send mounted troops with all the alts. They're gonna be tier 14 as well. So it's gonna be the same tier, same troops, except one of these guys will have a mounted speedbook. So we'll see if mounted speedbooks work against monsters. Because the idea is players would say, well, it works when we do monster rallies. Like the player that has a speedbook hits first. And I've done this, and that hasn't really been the case in the test. As soon as I find someone that has a speedbook. But while we're doing this test, like I said, if you guys have any questions on anything specifically, I plan on just walking through all these tests. These are going to be in a video, my next video. I'm just going to show every single test that I've done. And it's going to go from simple to more complicated. Tier 1 ground effective alone. Can Tier 1 ground work well when paired with Tier 1 archer or siege? Okay, so Tier 1 ground, I think, is great. The problem with a Tier 1, if you're trying to do a Tier 1 ground trap, is, and this is going to not sound right, but you'll be weak against archers. And that's because archers will go ahead and tear down all your mounted troops, and once all your mounted troops are done, they're going to start attacking your archers. So what happens is it makes your archers and very vulnerable. And Tier 1 ground, having them try to be a tanky sponge, it's just, I don't think they're the best for that. I think you could, if you're already a bigger keep and you want to kind of go both ways, you could do flats on ground and mounted. But if you do Tier 1 ground, you'll have to ghost your archers if you get attacked by archers. That's what's going to happen. So it's only going to be useful for a small keep. Now, when you get to become a real big keep, I think the best, like, if I had, I don't know, let's say I had $50,000 to spend on this game, and I'm going from K1 to K45, what would be my strategy in defense? Yeah, and right girl's awesome with mounted traps. The mounted traps work because just their priority. If I was to go with a huge defense, I do think ground might win over the other ones. Just like because the whole point of ground is it has really high defense, really high HP. So I think overall ground would be the best overall defense. But for smaller players or for trap players, mounted, and I heard somebody was saying archer. I have never seen an archer Tier 1 defense, so I cannot comment on it. It's a possibility. It just it really depends. I've never seen it before. My defense is, I can show you what my defenses are and kind of give you the idea of it. A lot of it is because I got a good refine and I'm like, I'll just keep it like that. That'll be useful for me. But Tier 1 ground, as of right now, is not superior to Tier 1 mounted. And that's specifically because of archer rallies. No, do you know what happened? I was looking at the wrong keep the entire time. I forgot that I swapped them around. Just give me 1 second. I have to try to do this again. So I don't normally, I'm not used to doing this live, and when I do the tests, it can be long and boring. It's why I don't show them in my videos. Yeah, just doing these tests over and over can be quite tedious. So I'm going to try this again. I just couldn't find my troops. And I'm going to move you. World map. So let's show this. All right. You have a buddy who has a range trap? How I'd love to see reports on that. You know, this is something I have a lot of trouble with is when it comes to mechanics. Like I'll know I could understand what's going on, but sometimes you don't have the experience. So when players are asking, especially players that have like 20 billion power asking what they should do with their keep, I could give them a good recommendation like mathematically, like, oh, you have 50 billion power, this could work, but I don't have that experience and I only have the math. That's about it. So it's I'd have to sit down, pull out the calculator and look at it that way. It's difficult to gauge. That's something that experience comes with. But I don't have experience with range traps, and I could look at the math and take a look at how it does. But honestly, doing the math is such a tedious thing, and that's not something that you'd ever do during Battlefield. All right, so let's actually do this test right this time. Okay, we're going to look at here. Here's the nice thing about doing the monster mechanics. We know that whatever troop or whatever player hits the monster first, they're going to get the wounds, right? So right now I'm going to add 10 10 people are going to join my rally on this skeleton boss. They're all going to send tier 14 calves. Not too many, just enough to get wounds. Not enough to kill this. And only one of them will have a mounted speed book. So what we're going to take a look at is who got wounds out of all of these. So the rally's about 2 more minutes. Let me go ahead and make sure that I have all the troops healed. Okay. So let's take a look. I'm going to go ahead and put this display back up. So what I did is I added all of these keeps. They're all currently in this rally. And only Sloth has a level 4 mounted speed book. So in theory, if this is the only one that has a mounted speed book, he should hit first if speed books work. He should hit first. And we'll probably see that he doesn't. It's possible. It's 1 out of 11 chance that he can, because this is a little bit random. But his general, if we look at it, let's see, where's his general? Scroll down a little bit more. Okay, these are too many generals. Did I pass him? I must have passed him. Let's take a look at this. Okay, here we go. His general, here we go, has a level 4 mounted speed book. So he's the only one that does. So he lost no power. It looks like everybody lost no power, actually. Let's take a look at what happened. Going to reports. And quite literally no one lost power. The rally setter actually was the first one that hit it in this case. So unless 300 troops was enough to kill it, I actually might just do this again. And this is what the testing is. It is tedious, and these are just the small tests. Eventually, I'm actually going to pull out and show what happens when, let's see, ground and mounted versus siege. It'll show you that ground will attack siege first before mounted. I think that's something that I think most people understand now. But the issue is a lot of players think it is what I originally said in my first video, and that was, hey, ground starts ahead of mounted. And that's what I initially thought, because mounted speed says 600, and it really is 300. So a lot of these tests are not just going to prove mounted speed don't work, but it's also proving that the battlefield range is 1500. It's proving that siege range is much less than what we give credit to. So those are all the tests I plan on doing right now. Luckily, no one's going to be able to bother me in SVS. I have a pretty solid defense, and the other keep I'm going to be using is going to be ghosting, so it's not like I'm going to be worried too much about it. If they hit me, I'll be fine. I do want to do this. I think I'm just going to do a quick rally on a stronger... Yeah, I could just do it on a Ymir. The Ymirs are at least strong enough that they'll do some damage. I'm afraid that 300 mounted troops was enough to kill that skeleton. And then this wouldn't be a really good test. And that's the thing. A lot of times you'll get one answer with your test, and you're like, okay, well, that's not good. Actually, here we go. Here's a Bayard Knight. That's perfect. So I'm going to rally it with basically somebody that doesn't have any mounted speed. This is just straight up archer. And we're going to send 400 or 300, however many archers, sorry, not archers, mounted this guy has. Where is the mounted? What the hell is this? Who the hell are you? Oh, that's terrible. I didn't even bring this one over. That's the problem with when you have so many accounts. It's hard to keep track of them. Okay, let's try this again. There's a lot going on to test anything. It just takes a long time. So here we go. I'm going to just do it on this Cerberus. Rally, 5-minute rally. Go ahead. This is just archers. I'm going to use calves. Here's 300 calves. The actually, let me. Can I bring this up more here? So this account, Gluttony, is starting this rally with 300 calves. The two generals it has is just archer focused. So there's no mounted speed on these guys. It's just archers. Well, he'll start the rally. The other ones will join the rally. Oh no, don't join his. There we go. So let's see. All of them will send calves. They'll all send calves. The only exception is Sloth down here. He's going to send his general that has mounted speed. That's it. And that'll be the final test on at least monsters. So we'll go ahead and do that, and we're going to make this rally fast. I'm going to not cover up my face as much. So everybody's rallied up. I don't know the order. I do test this sometimes in order, and that's what's going to affect it is the order, not, not who had a speed book. It's going to be what order did they join the rally. So let's see. Let's see who gets wounds. The only one that had a speed book was Sloth. Well, damn, a lot of them got ones. Well, they all got ones because I didn't join. Yeah, I messed it up. This is the reason I don't stream my test. You forget something small and you mess things up all the time. All right. This is one more. This is annoying, but it'll be just one more time. All right. Everyone's going to join this behemoth rally. Everyone's going to send calves. The only difference, Sloth is going to send a general that has a level 4 mounted speed skill book. And then I'm done testing this. This is just tedious. I'm just trying to show for others because a lot of times I do make claims. I'll say, hey, this is how things work. But a lot of times people don't see the test. People don't see how I'm testing it. And the other tests are going to be a little bit more fun because it's actually some math. And you can figure out exactly what's going on in the battlefield. Like, there's no more guessing. There's no more, oh, I think, you know, my troops were able to reach this troop. No, it's not guessing. The battlefield math is done. At least for attacking keeps. The battlefield size might be a little bit different for, let's say, attacking a camp or attacking a building. But when you're attacking a keep, the battlefield size is 1,500. Okay, I think everybody joined the rally, so we're going to go ahead and light this off. So let me just go ahead and bring this down. This is also difficult because these two that you see down here, this is on another laptop. I'm streaming from one laptop to my computer. So let's take a look. Speed that up. And it looks like nobody got wounds. It seems like the I'll go ahead and show that. Nobody got wounds. You know, everybody joined this with what do you call it? Just mounted, and nobody got wounds. Now, this is to make this to kind of explain it because it is a little difficult. So you see everybody, all the different players, even Sloth, who had the speed book, had 270 troops. None of them lost power. There's no wounds right here. And yeah, because he had the cubing. So that's showing that the speed books don't decide who hits. What's going on right here is because there's less than 16 troops in this battle, which will be also the enemy. The enemy is one troop. It is just the monster. Then you have 11 other troops. If there are more than that many troops, that would change the order of how this is done. So speed books don't change that order. Now, what speed books should do, and this is why I say they don't work, they should increase your speed skill. That's it. Just your speed stats. And the speed stats that Ebony gives us is 600 for mounted, 350 for ground, 100 for archer, 75 for siege. Luckily, the rest are correct. Mounted is incorrect. If mounted was correct, then here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start doing some tests. So let me do that real fast. For my sake, I'm just going to reinforce myself with all my alts. It makes it so that the enemy can't touch me, basically. Okay, great. And I'll also just hide my mounted so that if I do get attacked, I'm not giving away free mounted troops. I'll just get free points. All right. So here, I'm going to do a really quick, easy test. So this player is going to send out let's say the siege. 1 tier 13 siege. Okay. So if I was to attack this tier 13 siege that's going right here, and I don't know why it's such a delay, you would think that mounted being faster, they should attack first. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a general that has, let's see if I can find one, that just has a mounted speed book. So let's go ahead and do that. Do a list. And we'll just find a mounted speed book. Not ground. I don't want ground. I just want mounted. Here we go. So bay bars right here has mounted troop speed book. No ground. So theoretically, the mounted that have 600 speed, the mounted that have 600 speed versus the ground that have 350, the mounted should hit first. Not to mention, the mounted also have a speed book to give them 20% extra speed. So it should, mounted should attack first. So let's take a look at this battle report. I'm going to take that camp back. So we look at the battle report. The attacker, me. Who killed it? It was the ground. Ground killed this player's troops. Oh, I don't know what they siege. The ground were able to make it to the siege before the mounted, because ground are faster than mounted. And 20, even if the book worked, if book gave you 20%, and you just say, okay, what's 20% of 300 would be 60, if I do the math right, then that would make it so that the mounted speed would be 360. So again, the book didn't work. Now, the other way that you can figure this out is just by how the troops move, right? So how do I determine that for example, that the battlefield length is 1500? Well, we could do that with archer towers and traps. Luckily, the game shows us that the traps are 1500 range. It doesn't tell us what the archer towers are. The in-game files do, and I shared that video that shows you how you can look at the in-game files. But if we look at traps, we viewed them, they say that, hey, the range is 1500. Now, if you attack a player, I'm going to do that with this player right here. I'm going to drop their bubble and attack them and show you. So I'm going to go ahead and ghost their troops. Here, I'm just going to go ahead and ghost all of their troops real fast. Okay. Is that all of them? Wow, they have way more than I thought. Okay, so right now all their troops are ghosted. If I scout them, I'm going to go ahead and scout them real fast. See exactly how many traps and stuff they have. So, okay, they have some tier 1. That might not be enough to get a wound, but we'll see. Also, I'm going to not kill their wall generals. So what I'm going to do now is we're just going to attack it, right? And you'll see that if this player has enough traps. Actually, I'm just going to build more. Why not? Go ahead and resign that. So let's build some traps. Where's their trap workshop? Traps, please. I don't know what the trap factory looks like for Russia. All right, so we're going to take a look at let's see, if we're doing siege, yeah, let's just do some of these. Train, finish, train, finish, train, finish. Okay, so this should be enough to kill some traps. 10,000, I'd say. 12,000. So now I'm going to attack it. I'm going to attack with somebody that has a level 4 siege. And let's see, who here would have level 4 siege on them? Okay, Eleanor. Eleanor does. So actually, I'm just going to use my range march. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack with my range march. Eleanor has level 4 siege. Tamaris. Let me show you what Tamaris has. Tamaris does not have a siege increasing ring. So no siege increasing ring, just a level 4 skill book. So let's take a look at this. We're going to send tier 14, tier 13. And let's see what happens. Yeah, right, girl. The attack for bosses, that has to deal with how many players join and in what order you join. That is the only thing that really decides on the attack order. Alright, so let's take a look at this battle report, and I'm going to go ahead and look at them both. I don't know why it's being so slow. So, battle details for both of them, attacker, defender. So as you see, the attacker has wounds. That's because the archer tower of the defender and the traps, the fire air traps, and these traps, all got kills on your siege. Now that would only be possible if the siege somehow had less than 1400 range. So, yeah, the range that's they're saying that Evany is saying that tier 14 have is 2,300 something, 378. Plus, I added a level 4 siege range skill book. So that's like 2578. It should be 2600 range. Yeah, I'm getting attacked by these fire arrows. Now, what I could do, same thing, except this time, let me see if I can find a general. This is gonna be the tedious part. Let me see if I could find a general. I could just put a let's see, one that's idle. Let's see, I could just put a small ring on it. Do I have a level? Do I only have a level 2? I was hoping I'd find one that's only 1 star. Okay, but this is going to be 7%. You could put a no star ring and you'll get the same results. So here we go. No, a 2-star ring. This is not a bracer. It is only giving me 7%. And when I look at his skills, he has no siege increasing range skill book. Nothing increases siege range on him. I know you might be asking, why does he have all these weird... So don't worry about it. It's a lot of this looks weird because of testing. So let's attack. Let's not have an assistant. Let's get rid of our assistant. And let's do the same attack. This time, no book. It is just a 7% ring. And again, I could have done this with a 5% ring. And let's see what happens. Okay, let's look at the attack. Battle details on both of them. And as you see, I have no wounds. The archer tower and the traps could not reach me. So that right there at least proves that the archer tower and traps have a really close range. They're identical. They're both 1500. But at least that's some evidence towards that. It also is showing that siege ranges are not the 2,378 that Evany's saying. They are not. They're not even close to that. They are 1,400. Now what I did is, I wonder if I can. Actually, I could probably show this. Let's see if I can get a calculator out, and let's see if I can bring it up in front of me. So let's just show this again. Okay, so it is 1400. Now, if I multiply that by 1.07, that is 7%. That brought the range up to 1498. Now, your siege is going to move up to 75 because that's its speed. But it only has to move up 2. So my siege would move up 2 spots, and then it would attack this player. That's it. It just moved up 2 spots, and then attacked this player. And that's why it had no wounds. If you look at it with what I did before, where it was 1400 plus the speed book. Now the speed book doesn't give you 200 range. It gives you 20, not 200. So you add 20, that's 1420. You add 75, that's 1495. It can't reach the wall. It can't reach the archer tower, and that is why you have wounds, even with the level 4 siege increasing book. So that is basically what. Let's see. I have it right here. Is it this one? Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this down, and this one down as well. That's what this right above me. That's what this graph is showing you. It's showing you what are the ranges of the different sieges based on what their skill book is and what you what tier ring you have on them. So we can now do another fun test. Again, let's take a look at these two down here. So I'm gonna go ahead and what happened here? Okay, I'm gonna bubble real fast because I have to do some well, let's go ahead and bring him back. Cancel war. Which one's the shortest? Okay. So let's see here. There's no okay. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find some tier 13s to do this test. Okay, I'm just gonna bubble. It's gonna be so much easier. Cancel, and bubble. All right. So now with this test, I'm gonna make a camp. I'm gonna actually find a general. Let's do this. Let's find a general that only has a small ring. That's it. That's all I want is actually. Do I just have one open? No, I don't. So let's find one with a siege increasing ring. Not those though. I don't want a nice one. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Again, this could be a 0-star, but it's giving me 6%. That's fine. That's enough to do this test. I'd rather it be 5%, but it's really just showing you a principle. Okay, so that was George Dewey. George Dewey has that ring, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to send tier 13 out. Jeez, this player does not have that many tier 13. It should be enough. I think it should be enough. Okay. So let's just attack this. I'm going to go ahead and just in case somebody tries to attack it. And I'm going to attack it with these guys. This is a bracer and a level 4 skill book. So I'm going to attack with, let's say 5 siege. Now this should at least get some wounds. like I should at least get some wounds with 5 siege, especially with the differences behind this. And it lost. So let's see what happened. Oh, it's not going to show me the report, but let's look at this report. So their siege didn't have any wounds, and my siege didn't get any kills. Now, if you actually look at the differences in these troop buffs, you'll see that their siege had practically no buffs, 397. They would have lost so many if I actually did attack them. And my siege right now are just like 1827. So it's completely outbuffs them. So if I actually were in range of them, I should have attacked them first. But they attacked even with a lot less range. And just to show you the range of those generals, she's missing a skill book because Ebony took away the attack skill book. And I'm possibly going to figure out what skill book I want to put here. But just to give you an idea, here I have bracers. It's 15% range. And then her like little partner, John Hanyadi, has the level 4 skill book. But they got outranged by a 1-star ring, and that is because the max range of the battlefield is 1500. Once you get more than that, it doesn't matter. So really, these bracers are helping low tier siege more than they're helping high tier siege. The issue is at that point, because there's a cap on range at 1500, it really is, well, who's the defender or who has more speed. So if I had tier 15, I'd show, or yeah, tier 15 siege, I'd show you this, but the tier 15 siege, even if as the attacker, would go before the tier 14 siege. However, you might not see it because they're going to attack the archer tower. So you'd still wouldn't see any wounds from it. That's why I'm doing these in camps. Is like there's no archer tower to really worry about. Another test would be actually another way you could determine how far the battlefield is, and this is something I did, was I attacked a keep, and I would attack it with archers, and I attacked it with ground, and I attacked it with mounted. And what I would determine is how many times the archer tower attacked me. So I would attack it with ground and mounted. They had the same number. I think it was like 4 hits before they actually killed the archer tower. And archers would get hit 9 times. So if you do the math, the archers move 9 times, they get hit 9 times. Then on their 10th turn, they move 100 spaces. So that's 1,000. And then they have a 500 range. And they'd hit the archer tower. So that's another way you could prove the distance of the archer tower. And I could probably do that right now. I'll show you how to do the test. I won't just explain it. I'll show it. So let's find somebody that... I think this player would be pretty decent for this. Not entirely positive, but here we go. I'm going to attack them, and I'm not going to send any general. I want these. I want whatever I send to be really weak. I don't want them to have a lot of buffs for this specifically. So what we're going to do is send just a bunch of archers. So I said, what, archers get hit 9 times. So I'm going to send a tier 11 archer. Here we go, tier 11. Tier 10. And remember, this is only possible. You can only figure this out because you get attacked from the top tier down. So you can determine who's getting hit. Okay, tier 9. Tier 8. And what I'm going to start doing now is I'm going to add a few more archers. And the reason for that is just in case, it doesn't, but just in case there's counterattack, you'd want to know if your archers are dying to counterattack wounds. So that is something that you could easily mess up on this test, is if you didn't test for counterattack wounds. So here I'm just giving them 10 from now on. 10. And I'm just going to go all the way down. And yes, this is what I do for all my videos. I do a lot of this testing. I actually do a lot more. I just want to show you specific tests that I think are very important in showing what the actual ranges are. So then I just max out with tier 1s. So let's speed this up because we don't need to wait 7 minutes. And we'll take a look at the battle report. All right, so taking a look at the battle report, and we're going to look at battle details. So looking at this, we'll tell how many troops. Damn it. I forgot this. So troops are going to survive because of your troops' survival. So they were wounded, but they were revived. But if you look down here, you'll see that when I start sending more, this is why you want to send more than one. Is you'll notice that these all actually died. It doesn't show it because they got revived. You know, troop wounded to survival. Anyway, we know they attacked top tier down. I could do this to test again if you guys really want me to show you that. But the reason I didn't want to send more troops is sometimes the archer tower doesn't have enough attack to even kill the high level troops. If I sent like, let's say I said 20 tier 14s, the archer tower might not be strong enough to kill all 20 of them and skew the result. Here we go. With the tier 11s died, the tier 10s, tier 9s, tier 8s, tier 7s. And here's where you could actually see that only one got revived. So we go all the way down here and damn it, it wasn't strong enough. So my tier 1 archers were not strong enough to kill that wall. Okay, let me try that again. That's unfortunate. At least now I can redo the test and not have the issue I had before. So, yeah. Again, when I do these tests, I do them and then I show the results on the video. But sometimes you don't do the right test. So this time, I'll 100% kill it. I'm going to just put my archer gear. I don't want... Actually, no, I'll keep my mounted gear. This is going to sound strange. I don't want to buff my archers. I want my archers to have wounds because I want them to die when they attack. So I'll do a better scenario on this. So what we're going to do is we're going to really buff up the archers. We're going to get rid of the assistant because she has a level 4 skill book, and again, that will skew the results. We're just going to do this again. And again, this is why I don't show these tests. Is that they're very tedious. Here we go. Actually, no, I don't want tier 14s. We'll just do tier 11s again. And we'll just do 5. 5 seemed to be enough to show that they actually got hit. So here's 5. Here's 5. 5. Wait, that's a ground. So archer towers, they actually have a troop priority. They will attack mounted first. And I think it's ground. Yeah, mounted, ground, and I forgot what troop they attack after that. So if you're doing this test, I could just be using mounted, but it wouldn't be a true test because, you know, somebody could say, well, the archer tower is hitting the mounted because the mounted are traveling ahead and stuff like that. So we're just going to use archers for now. And hopefully I did this right. And this time, the tier 1 should be strong enough to kill the wall. Because I do have flats. That's something else I wanted to cover is, you know, when it comes to attacking, should you have any flats? And oh yeah, perfect. This I think this is going to show up pretty well. I'll get to that in a minute. So here we go. The tier 11s got hit, tier 10s, tier 9s. You see all the way down, they all have wounds. And then we come down to here, to the tier 4, tier 3. So the tier 3 got hit. The tier 2s did not. No wounds on the tier 2s. And then the tier 1s also didn't get hit. So we sent 11. Only 9 got hit. So they moved up. And this is basically what's happening. Let me get in camera. When the battle starts, the archers move 100. Archer tower hits it. The archers move another 100. Archer tower hits it. So after 9 hits, you can... The archer tower kills, this is a glitch. I don't know what's causing it. The archer tower kills are not always accurate. It is kind of weird on the archer tower kills. Like sometimes the archer tower will say it killed an inaccurate amount. I don't know what's causing that. But yeah, anyways, the archer tower hit 9 layers of troops, which meant that the archers moved 9 times. And after they moved 9 times, which is 900 range, then it was their 10th turn. So they moved 100 range. So that's a total of 1,000. And they have 500 actual range. And they were able to hit the archer tower. That is why the tier 2s and tier 1s don't have wounds. And now you could do this with ground troops. We can do it with mounted troops. And then we can attach a skill book, the speed skill book on them, and tell that there was no change. The speed skill book did not change the amount of rounds that happened throughout the battle. So, again, these are some of the tests I did to say, yes, I verified that the actual range of the battlefield is 1,500. This does change in a camp, though, and I haven't actually figured out exactly what the range is in a camp. And that's why, even with monsters, it seems like it's not exactly. They're about 1,500 apart, but I'm not exactly sure. Those are a little bit more difficult to test. And it's because when I was testing monsters, I don't know, did monsters have speed? Did they run towards your troops? And after doing the testing and making that video, it seemed like they just stayed still. And again, ground gets to them first, or siege if you have high tier siege. So let's see, what other tests did I have? Oh, here's also a really cool, quick test that you can do. Another one that it's just a quick, short test, and that this actually confused me for the longest time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send, how can I do this? I'm going to attack archers with mounted. It's just going to be just mounted and just archers. So no other troops, very controlled. And how many times do you think the archers would hit the mounted before the mounted are able to kill it? Now, if you go by the speeds that Ebony gives us, you'd say, okay, well, mounted has 600 speed and 50 range. So the archers can only hit it once. And then the next turn, the mounted will be able to hit it. That is, logically and mathematically speaking, that's how it should work. That is not how it works. I think what I'm going to do here is, I think I'm just going to go ahead and kill these generals. I don't think this player actually has level 10 dragons, so that's unfortunate. So, Xandor, I don't know if you saw the beginning, but the first thing I did when I started this was because SVS is starting. I did rallies, and I showed that, we had a rally of 300. Well, we had a rally with a bunch of ground troops, right? Yeah, so the very beginning, I had these rallies with ground troops, and I put one speed book. I actually put 2 speed books, and that was these alts right here. So I had 10 alts. I put a speed book on this one, a speed book on this one. This one attacked third, not first or second. This one attacked third. This one didn't attack at all, and the other ones that didn't have speed books attacked first, second, and fourth. So the speed books didn't do anything, and it was all ground troops. There's nothing else to interfere with it. And if speed books did work, what you're saying would happen. Absolutely. If speed books worked, if you had a speed book and your ally didn't, your troops would be ahead of that one. But it doesn't happen that way. So yeah, let me do this test real fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 1,000 archers right here. I'm going to just put 1,000 archers in this little camp. And I'm going to attack it with... let's bring that here. Did I say I wanted it? Oh, yeah, I'm just going to speed it up. All right, let's do this again. Let's go mounted. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to doing these tests requires some thinking. So I'm putting archer gear on. The reason I'm putting archer gear on, with the exception of the attacking, is because I want my mounted to get wounds if they need to. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to send my Roland. And what I'm doing with this test is I'm actually going to send, here we go, about 10 tier 3s, 10 tier 2s, and a bunch of tier 1s. Now the tier 1s, this is just because they should one-shot whatever this player has. And we can determine how many times the archers hit us. So let's take a look. Actually, I'm going to hide my troops again because this is SVS. I don't want someone to sneak attack me. That'd be great if I had somebody sniping my stream. So let's take a look at this battle report real fast. Battle details. So the defender killed the tier 3s, killed the tier 2s, but it didn't touch the tier 1s. So what this is showing you is that the archers attacked the mounted twice before the mounted were able to kill it. So that again is evidence that mounted speed is 300 and not 600. If it was 600, this wouldn't be possible. And stuff like this, when I was doing my initial testing, before I looked at the game files, before I realized that they actually were 300, this was confusing me. I'd stare at this for hours, days, trying to figure it out. Can I go back to SRU saying I'm about that tier 1? Go for it. Honestly, right, girl, I love seeing your little shorts because it's packed with great music, and I love the David versus Goliath kind of thing that you do, where you're just a small player and you ruin the day of big spenders. I think it's great. I personally love the whole tier 1 trap mentality because it's based on strategy. It doesn't seem any free to play player can do it. So let's see if I had. There is another test. Okay. There's a few more tests I can do. And honestly, Xandor, I did a rally test. I'm going to do a reinforcement test again to show that speed books don't work on reinforcements as well. But what you can... but I only have like one more test left. And this one's going to be a little bit more difficult. I mentioned this in my video that talked about speed and range. And this is like, okay, so if the range, to really test this out, you can figure out exactly when a certain siege troop will attack a different troop, depending on the troop speed and the siege's range. And I made this on my Discord saying, hey, depending on what troops you're sending, you can adjust your tier 11s to attack any troop you want. So, unfortunately, I didn't write down the exact troop this is, so I'm gonna have to do the math in my head. So we're gonna want to attack a ground troop. We're gonna do this test on ground troops. So ground troop speed is 350. Let's take a look at this. This right here. If I want to test, oh great. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that was rude. I guess I should probably bubble. I don't want to. I mean, I'll let him attack me again. There. At least he, yeah, he did a siege attack on me, didn't he? Yeah, I didn't do anything with my siege. Yeah. What is this guy? Scout. At least, I thought he was hitting me multiple times because of the delay. But that was unfortunate of me. I was thinking about doing something with siege, but I decided against it. Let's go ahead and revive some of my siege. Not too many. Maybe some layers. Whatever. It's not a problem. He can attack me all he wants. It's not gonna. Siege only hurts if you have a lot of siege. Unfortunately, I've been making more siege, and he's not going to be able to do anything else. Yeah. Let's see here. What was he even doing? Why am I getting? Okay, not for me. Let's look at that. Let's look at the PvP. So, what did he actually attack me with? So he did hit me with quite a bit of siege. The thing is, something else you should take a look at is it doesn't look like I won it very much. He did kill off a lot of my siege, but one thing that you should also take a look at is he also had a lot of troop survival. So he actually lost 525,000 more, like a 500,000 more troops. So if I was to look at the grand scheme of this, let's see how I wonder if it actually updates. We'll see how positive I'm on it. And it's just siege. Like if you have a ton of source of life, which that might sound crazy to a free to play player, it's not that big of a deal. Let's see. Let's look at this again. Where is it? Where is the server war? God, why is it so far down here? So if I was to take a look at that, 275. Wow, I'm actually negative. That's insane. I don't want to be negative. That's yeah, that is insane that actually hurt me so much. Let's see. I'll just get rid of my siege. I don't want I don't want to give all those free points away. That should be good enough. Yeah, so if you don't have a lot of siege, if you're not doing the siege defense, you might actually want to invest into some archer defense. So, all right, I'm gonna get back to the testing. I don't think he's gonna be able to do much. I mean, he could try, but I guess I should. Let me at least turn on buffs. I was hoping nobody would mess with me. It's not like I was next to anything. Let's do this. Oh yeah, resources. Okay. So the next thing I was gonna do, I have to unbubble this other player, and this guy is kind of preventing that from happening. Ghost Archers too. Then, so here's the nice thing about this is he's not gonna be able to do much with my archer. Actually, do you know what happened? Let me let me actually show you. I'm not negative. I thought I was negative. I'm actually not. I look like I'm negative. So let me actually show you what happened here. Because that did confuse me. I'm like, how am I negative? So yeah, I lost 275. And I look like I'm negative by like 25 million, right? But if you look down here, all these alts lost like 100 to 500,000. And let's look at them. Oh, they're not even on here. Well, damn. Well, we'll see if if it shows it later. I guess the alts just haven't got enough points. But the alts probably made that up. So let's see, what's your question? I'm curious about what happens when the same tier siege is forced to attack different targets because of the range in a rally situation. Will you have them behave different? Yes. If you're in a rally and your range is different from somebody else in the rally, your siege may attack a different player. Yeah, that's probably what happened. If I actually take a look at that report, yeah, like we could take a look at it. What's going on is all the troops in here. They probably got some kills, like depending on. It's all gonna add up. There's these 10 alts in me, so they probably got some kills, and it's just I don't know which one did, but they probably got kills, and that's why it seemed like it was a little bit more in my favor when it wasn't. This 14 billion guy taking out my siege. It's all right. So I was going to explain. So if you had less range, less siege range for some reason, let's say you didn't have a bracer and everybody else had bracers, your siege are going to be attacking different targets, and also it's going to make your siege possibly be attacked by different targets. I had this one message in Discord. They were asking, "Hey, how come my tier 14 siege didn't get attacked?" Like they said, I got attacked by tier 13. Correction, sorry, tier 11, and they're like, my tier 4 did not get attacked. And the reason behind that was because they had a reinforcement. That reinforcement did not have didn't have any siege increasing range. Let me see if I could pull that up. Let's see if I could find that Discord message, and I'll just pull it up and show you guys what I'm talking about. I get added to all these Discords, and I'm not even sure which one it is anymore. Let's see here. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So let's see here. Yeah, found it. Let me see if I could actually show this. I'm gonna maximize it a little bit. Oh, kind of scared. And display. course. I had to find it. So this player was saying that they got attacked by tier 13 siege, and I'm going to try to show it. Yeah, I figured it wasn't going to be that big. Let's see if I can zoom it. Alright, so they said that they got attacked by tier 13 siege, and their tier 4 siege didn't get attacked at all. So their tier 4 siege weren't attacked because the tier 11s attacked this other player. They actually probably attacked his tier 10s because this other player did not have siege increasing range. So that's going to affect not only who you're attacking, but who the enemy's attacking. So, yeah, a lot of players talk about tier 4s. It's just where the range is. I'm going to take a look. So, yeah, it shows that the player sent a bunch of tier 11s. The tier 11s didn't even attack the tier 4s. And I told him it's because they attacked the reinforcement. Okay. On 232, I don't do more than 500k above tier 12. So, unfortunately, like this guy got a good hit on me because I have siege to join rallies. I don't have any more siege. He killed all the siege. That was it. And he left because he can't get anything outside of me. Okay. Well, at least like he's gonna leave me alone. Now I can actually do this test. So what this test is going to be is it's basically just going to be what happens when we use. It's just proven that speed books don't work. And it's going to show you, using all this knowledge, how the distance of siege, you can test exactly how much range a certain target's going to be at. So here we're saying 350 is the ground. I just have to do a little bit of math in my head because it is a little difficult. So let me just write this down because I actually forgot which tier troop this works with. So if the ground moves 350 and the archer, the siege moves 75, that means 425 is the total distance minus that by 1500, and that is 1075. So I just need to find a siege range that's about 1075-ish. And looking up at this chart, 1075, that is a tier 5 or tier 8 with... Can I find a better one? Okay, here, right? Okay, I like this. I like this one. So let me just bring this down a tad bit and up. Let's try to make that work. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use... Can't really see it, but... Where is this diagram? Right here. Here we go. So I'm specifically going to look at 1075. So this is a tier 5 or tier 8 siege with 6%. So I just need a 1-star ring and a level 3 skill book. Now this right here should attack a ground troop with no speed books. And 1070 should not be able to attack a ground speed book. It just won't be enough range. And I'll explain this test a little bit easier, but basically this is how you can test within 5 units. Yeah, I know. It's difficult. It's difficult to focus when you have when you're doing these tests. It's a lot of math. So let me actually show you what I'm talking about, and it might be a little bit easier. I did explain this a little bit in my video, but what we're doing... I wonder if I have a battlefield picture. That might actually be very useful to explain right here. battlefield. All right, guys, just give me a second. I'll pull this out, and it should be able to explain a little bit easier what's going on. Yeah. Actually, I just moved places. I'm gonna be moving again here soon. Let's see here. Ebony. And I think this is... I have so many files, I don't know exactly which picture this is going to be in. YouTube. Ebony. Pictures. Oh, perfect. I found it so fast. So let's try this, and this should... Excuse me, explain some things. So I'm just going to snip it, because then I could paint it. New. Alright, guys. Alright, this, hopefully, I'm going to put you away. Hopefully this will be able to explain it a little bit easier. I'm going to bring this up here. Alright, display. Can I make this a... I'm going to make this just a tad bit bigger. Are you serious? Is there no way to zoom on these? Don't worry about it. This should work. So what I'm gonna do to test this whole thing is I'm gonna have a ground troop move 350 units up. So this is 100, 200, 350. All right, I'll use red. So the ground troop's gonna be right here. 350 units, so he's at 1150. Now, what I want is a siege unit that can attack him, and then a siege unit that can't. So we're going to use tier 8. The tier 8 siege, they're going to move 75 units up. And at 75 units, if they have a range of whatever the difference is, so you just take 1150, subtract 75 from it, and you get 1125. So what I did is I looked at this this graph above me. I looked at what unit has 1075 range, and that is a 6% ring with a tier 5 or tier 8. Hey, Westworld. So all we're gonna do is just test that real fast. So what we're basically gonna do is say, okay, if 1075 can hit this, then I know that, okay, then that works. 1075 hits this, and then I'll try 1070 range, which is I just take the speed book away. I take one level down, so it's 5 range down, and you'll see that it won't be able to hit the ground troop anymore. Then I can give the ground troop a speed book, which should increase the speed, whatever 20% of 350 is. I don't want to do the math, but it's like 400. And you'll see that it doesn't make a sense. It doesn't make any kind of difference. And this is the kind of testing I had to do to determine the ranges of everything. Hopefully it'll make more sense once I start doing it. Okay. Let's bring that down, and let's actually do this test real fast. And maybe at the end I might do a full out test and hit myself like I've been doing lately, where I'd hit myself with this other account with full marches, just to show that speed books don't work. But we might get there. All right, so let's do this. Let's do another rally, some more rallies on this guy. Actually, I need to find out which general actually has a speed book on him. So we need a ground speed book. That's all I need on him. So Ludwig has a ground speed book. That's all I want. So I'm not going to rally Ludwig. Okay, rally. And not Ludwig. All right. All right, so very easy premises right here. I'm gonna put no. There's currently no wall general on this castle, and I can go ahead and show you that right now. There's actually, can I scout it? Cool. So, looking at the scout report, you'll see no wall general, which means no speed books, just 3 ground troops. Now, how this test works is, remember, we just showed that this live post later on your channel. I plan on actually putting this on my channel, but what I'm doing after this is I'm just going to take cuts out of all these testing, and I'm going to make an actual video. I just wanted to test live, and after that, I'll probably help test anything that you guys are curious about, explain some of these, but it's just to show if anybody wanted to look at the testing, they could see I'm doing the testing, and they can see what exactly is happening in case they were wondering about this. Because a lot of people say, well, show me a battle report. And I could show you any battle report, but most people can't read battle reports. Even like these players that are a lot really experienced, they just kind of say, "Oh, this troop killed a lot. They're really good." But yeah, this will be on my channel, and I'm gonna make a video out of the tests and basically make it a little bit more digestible for everybody else, because I don't really stream very often. All right, so let's actually get this test done. So we said 6% ring, tier 7 siege, and a level 3 skill book. So let me get all that done. First off, do I have a level 3? Do I actually have a level 3 ring? Or level 1 ring? Sorry. Yeah, you'd think I'd be prepared for this. Have a level... No. If not, I could always make a new ring. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm gonna find another ring, am I? Okay. I'm just gonna make another ring. It'd be a lot faster. I just want a 6% siege increasing. Alright, good night, Miss Yours. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming in. So let's do this. Let's make a quick ring. Craft. Siege attack range. And we want this to be on somebody that has a level 3 siege range. And I know I have that. I actually think that is not going to be too difficult to find. Because I do these tests quite often. I just forgot who that would be. Siege range. This is level 2, isn't it? Okay. So we'll do him later. Level 1. Level 3. So right here we have a level 3 siege range. We're going to put a ring on him. We're going to level it up 1 star. And now it's at 6%. Okay. So now with tier 8 siege, he will have he'll have enough range to hit that ground troop. You know what, guys? I just realized I'm doing this completely backwards. And I do apologize about it. I just realized it. So what I'm doing backwards is I swapped the defender and the I swapped the roles of the defender and the person that's actually doing the attacking. The ground should be attacking. The defender should have the siege, which is fine. This guy has a level 6. So let me just fix that. Uh, so cancel. Just give me a second, guys. I do apologize. It doesn't help that this is during SVS, so I have to be careful about not giving away free points. Okay. All right, let's try this again. This will be a lot easier. So right now, the defending keep has just siege in it, and I'm going to go ahead and scout it real fast just to show that it only has siege in it. I'm going to attack it with a mounted troop. Okay, so let's just, it doesn't matter. I don't need to send a general. I'm just going to send a mounted troop and show what's going to happen to the mounted troop. Okay, not mounted, sorry, ground. So here, sending tier 10 ground at it. What's going to happen is currently the archer tower is going to kill it. So looking at the battle report, we can tell that I forgot you still have traps. Okay, the traps killed it, which is at 1500 range. It's okay. We don't have to dismiss the traps. It's the same thing. The traps killed it, and therefore, this siege were not in range. The siege would go before the traps. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do the test that we were talking about. Finally. I appreciate it. The boss video was actually quite a bit of work. I haven't done much testing with bosses before that, and I still need to fix some things. Like, it's just a lot of information. The pans are not correct right now, so I need to update it. It's just there's a lot of work that goes into it. So let's go ahead and put a general, defense general. We're gonna put in Dewey, because Dewey has that ring. So that's 6% ring, and we're going to give him a level 3 skill book. So we just need to find somebody here that has a level 3 siege range skill book. Anybody that has a level 3. Let's see, God, oh, nope. I forgot who I did all these tests with. Eventually, I'll find him. Even level 2 would be fine. Are you serious? I just need a level 3 skill book. So this is just how tedious the test is. And again, why I don't show this, why it's so hard to explain to people how these tests work, is all I'm doing is changing the siege range by 5 and showing what happens. That's all this test is. It's just changing the siege range by 5. And I thought this player had a level 3 skill book on them. If not, I will just add it to a general, I guess. Doesn't matter what the general is. Okay, I guess it just does not exist. Okay, let's just do that. Let's just add. We'll add one to Winfield Scott. Generals. Wait. That's level 2. We'll need that. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Is level 3, the general to level 3 being utilized? Yeah, it is difficult when you're managing, I don't know, like 13 different keeps. It can be difficult to keep track of what's on what. Even like Chalons, like right now I'm in an alliance that's in my server. Now it's not my main alliance; it's an alliance that I'm helping them out with Chalons, but I am 12 accounts in Chalons, so it's not like it's not easy. And with all these alts, I could have probably just farmed them and been a K43, K44, and probably do really well in All Stars if that was a goal. It's not. I don't care too much to try to get in All Stars. I'm not a very competitive player in this game. A lot of what I'm trying to do is just to determine how the game works. All right, well I gave up. Uh, let's just put it on. Our Winfield Scott. Now here's a fun fact. When out of the free generals, I think the 3 best free generals is Winfield Scott, uh, Electra, and Tamaris. Winfield Scott's just better with reinforcing. So let's just take a look at this. Please have level 3. There you go. Siege range bonus. Level 3. Yes. Alright, finally. We'll actually get this done. Alright, so now that they have a siege range bonus, now I'm going to attack them again. Again with ground. Maybe it's just easier to do this. Yeah, that's easier. So what should happen is now that the siege has that siege increasing range, even though it's a little bit, it should be enough to kill the ground troops. So this is a level 3 skill book. So let's take a look at this battle report. Battle details. And as you can see, now the siege is killing it. So we attacked without that level 3 skill book. The traps killed it. Now with the 3 skill book, the siege kills it. Now if I change that skill book to a level 2, again, the siege should not be able to kill it. It would be out of the range. So now we're going to actually get to the part that I was trying to get to. So we're going to take away this Elizabeth. We're going to put her on as a defense general. So take away that, put Elizabeth. Here we go. And now we're going to attack again and do the same exact thing. We're going to send ground troops. Ground troops with 350 speed. So again, I'm going to go ahead and send whatever, 100. Well, I've been saying 10. 10's fine. Saying 100 doesn't really do anything extra for us. So let's take a look at what happens now. We changed the speed book down by 1. We take a look at it, and now the siege are not killing it. So level 3 speed book, siege killed it. Level 2, siege do not. Remember, the speed books only change your range by 5 per level. And basically, we just proved the math. 350. We did the siege numbers. It came out to 1170. I showed you guys it actually will attack directly. Exactly how this works. So now I could add a speed skill book on my ground. And what that should do, if they worked, is it should move your ground. Let me just do the math, because I'm tired of trying to figure this out, because I actually don't do it very often. So let's go to math. Let's bring out a calculator. All right, 350 times 1.2, 420. Ground with a level 4 speed book should have 420 speed. I'm only testing to see if the speed book adds 5. That's it, just 5. So let's see if the speed book even adds 5. Or even if the speed books were 50, like they said, I just showed you it should be 420. So let's take a look at that. So now the speed book, we're keeping it at level 2. All I'm going to do is now I'm going to attack it again, but this time I'm going to use a general that has ground speed. I don't have a lot of generals with ground speed, so here we go. Ground speed. Actually, just so I don't kill my general, let's just put it as an assistant to someone that has a level 10 dragon. Let's see, it was one of these. There we go. Where's the ground speed? Ground speed. Level 4 ground speed. Putting on this one, and now we're just going to send, again, the same thing we've been doing. 10 warriors. So in theory, if ground speed worked, siege should kill it. And when we look at here, again, the siege aren't in range. Even though the ground should have moved further, it's not in range. So it's these kind of tests that I had to do to prove that the speed books don't do anything. They're not changing how far you're going in battle. This one right here was what really done it for me, because I was like, okay, maybe it's not 20%, maybe it's 2%. Maybe it's only 20 and not like not 20%, but maybe it's a flat 20. And I had to do these tests to see what it could have been, and it's nothing. Now the other thing that you could do is the other thing that speed skill book should do is it should make it so that you go faster than the other player. So normally the defender will go first if there's a speed tie. So if it's your ground versus the defender's ground, your ground will go first. Siege and archers are a little different when you're testing them like this, because they have to move throughout the battlefield to get to each other. So you might say, okay, well, attacking archers always go first. And this is what I saw when I first started testing this. It was archers always went first when attacking. And it's just really where they're moving up in battle. But when it comes to somebody they're both within range of each other, the defenders are going to go first. And that's what you saw with the siege. I don't think there's any other good test. I could just do that reinforcement test, just again to show that speed books aren't going to do anything. So I'll actually do that with the easiest way to test this is with a building that's not a keep, because then you don't have to worry about traps and archer towers to interfere with it. But I think I'd still get the point across. So what is this? This is 1080, 600, 644. So yeah, let's 600, 644. All right. Let's go ahead and test this real fast. Oh yeah, I forgot they're on side. Let me undo that. Unreinforce myself. All right, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to put troops in here. And this is going to have different speeds. We're going to give Sloth and Greed troop speed books again. And just see who attacks first on a reinforcement. So let's do this. Go right here, reset. We're going to do ground. Everybody's going to send ground. And the only difference is Sloth is going to have a speed book. Actually, let me turn that on so you guys can see what I'm doing. So I have 5 different monitors here. Okay, so we're going to take a look at... Here we go. So Sloth is going to have a mounted and a ground speed book, but he's only sending ground. So here we have, this one has ground speed book. The rest of them are just archer stuff, and they're all going to send. Did you do that? That wasn't really nice. Getting attacked. Yeah, here we go. I mean, sure, you're gonna lose some things, but that was kind of mean. Sorry, I'm getting attacked in SVS while I'm doing all this. I'll actually show you that this guy decided to come back and kill those tier 8s. Sure. Unfortunately, that also means that probably going to mess with these guys once they're there. Whatever. It should be a quick test, and you shouldn't lose out on anything. We're gonna go ahead and close you and open up this tab again. Okay. So let's actually test this. So right now, I'll show you. I have all of them marching over into that to reinforce that building. What I'm going to do is this player right here is going to attack them. This account that just got attacked a bunch is going to attack them, and we're going to see who wins. Not who wins, but who kills their troops first. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to heal some ground. Well, I guess I don't have any ground to heal. I will just train some. Yeah, so where most people have fun doing their refines and their blazons, this is my fun, doing tests. Now, I've already done all these tests, but this is just because I don't show these tests. I don't show what I'm doing. And these are just kind of a fraction of the tests I do. Actually, let's take a look at this. And all right, so we're going to attack it with, let's see here, 600, 644. Oh God, what's going on? Give me a second. I'm getting it blasted. Okay, just people are telling me people got unbubbled. Okay, let me just do this real fast. So, to explain, if you just came in here, I am sending 30 troops. About 300 ground troops each from 10 different keeps. One of them has a speed book. So they're going to be reinforcing this by the time I get there. So I'm going to just attack it. And we're going to see who kills these warriors first. That's all this test is. It's just going to say, hey, one of these 10 keeps have a speed book. Who's going to kill it first? So we're going to send them in there. And speed up. Okay, they're reinforcing. And let's speed this up and actually get in there. All right. So the only one that had the speed book was Sloth. You can remember that by the name. It's kind of funny. Oh, hey, look at that. Sloth actually got the kills. I wonder if that was, it's probably because they got in there first. They're this position. Let's try that again. That will happen. That will absolutely happen. It will show you that the one with the speed book gets there first. There's a 1 out of 11 chance for that to happen, but it really was this Q being made him arrive there faster, and I didn't even think about that. So he arrived inside that city first. So when it comes to reinforcements, if you look at this, it's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and then this player is going to be the last player that shows up. I don't know why it's in this order, but this player showed up first, and they also got the first hit. I'm not saying that's how. That's usually how it works when you have a few troops. I'm not saying that's how it's always going to work, but yeah, Sloth showed up first, so he actually got the first kill, and he also had the mounted troop. Let's do it again, but this time I'll make sure he doesn't show up. He doesn't enter there first. That's kind of hilarious. These, like I said, these tests, you just have to repeat them, and it takes hours. And that's even after you know what's supposed to happen. And then I get a lot of players asking, like, what happened here? And it's usually just something very small and just one little factor. Like, such a small factor makes a difference in all these battles. And it's something that you can easily overlook. I overlook it all the time because there's so many things to look at. Let's try that again. Same thing, PvP, going here. This time, don't let Sloth get there first. Because that kind of ruined the entire fun of it. Let me actually show you guys again. So again, I'm going to do the same exact thing, except this time, I'm not going to have Sloth enter first. That's really what caused him to go first. And it could be misconstrued. That's what happens. Like, somebody will see this and they'll say, oh, the one with the mounted speed book hit first. And it's like, no, actually it's because they entered the building first. But you could always just repeat the test and change the factors a little bit. So what we're going to do is go ahead and march. And yeah, see his time was pretty short. So I'm just going to not speed up him, speed up the other ones. What's going on here? Why do you have a... So weird. All right. And I'll just do the same thing I did before. I'll send ground troops at him. What I'm thinking about doing next time is what I really wanted to do with the stream was have everybody get together any kind of weird battle reports, and I'll have everyone friend a certain account, and then they can share the battle reports, and I can just go over and look at all the battle reports, and we can kind of walk through what's going on, what's happening, especially strange ones, because sometimes there's really strange battle reports out there. So the battle simulator that I made, it is specifically one tier versus one tier. The whole purpose of it really is just to see how your troops would do against a certain troop if you were both attacking each other. What it can help you with, let's see, can Battle Simulator help with a tier 1 defense? I test different troop attacks and march makeups in Battlefield, but I don't want to make 1 billion tier 1 ground and regret it. Well, what are you doing with those tier 1 ground? That's what I should ask. Tier 1 ground, if you are trying to do a trap, that could work if you have... I don't know, are you just a tier 1 ground trap, or are you also doing tier 1 mounted? I was telling someone before, tier 1 ground is difficult to do because you're weak against archer. Well, if you have mounted troops, you're weak against archer. And your archers get attacked on archer rallies as well. So it can work. I've seen them work, but I think they're more difficult to do than mounted, tier 1 mounted. Let's see here. Let's just heal these. Heal. As far as what you're asking about the simulator, you can use the simulator, say, okay, if I have tier 1 mounted, how many troops with my stats, with my flat buffs, would I need to kill a certain layer of the enemy? That's what the simulator is going to do for you. Until I make a fully working simulator that shows what happens in an entire battle, yeah, it's going to be very limited on use. Yeah, let's do this real fast. Attack. And we're just going to do the same thing I did before. And to attack it. Alright, same thing before, except this time I'm going to make sure that these different alts go in at different times, right? So I'm going to say, I'm going to have Desire going first. And yeah, that should be good enough. Hey, everyone, shit. You would do that, wouldn't you? Who's attacking? Why does it show it like that? Okay, I don't know. The game's a little glitchy. It always is. Let's just make sure everyone's reinforced into it. It's not like the enemy would get a lot of points out of this if they did attack. That's why I'm okay with doing it. But let's actually see what's going to happen. So this time, Sloth was the last one to enter. And let's see who hit first. Why is Sloth right there again? Yes, Sloth got it again. Sloth has the mounted speed book. Maybe he entered last time. try the troop order differently again. Otherwise, I'm a liar. Okay, this time do not have Sloth enter last. I should have just had him enter like 5th or something like that. He keeps on getting in that same position. And again, these kind of tests will make it seem like, oh hey, the speed book does work. But that's why you have to be consistent and change different factors and make sure the speed book works under every factor. And that's why I think it could be confusing with a lot of players. So here we go. All this ground again. Okay. But this time, I'm going to do it in a different order. I'm just going to do it in the order that we see here. So I'm just going to say, let Pride go first. Set. Wait a second, let Greed. Wait a second. Now send Sloth. Hopefully that changed the order a little bit. Maybe Ebony patched there. No, Ebony did not patch it. Otherwise, the other tests I showed would have showed it working. It's just it's a matter of what troops going in or out first. you and honestly, you might be right. I probably should stop using him. Maybe him being very unique, like Q Being is a very unique general. There's not a lot of generals that reduce your mounted, reduce your march time like he does. I made a little post on the Discord showing exactly what these things do and how it works. And it is interesting that he will reduce your. Let me actually uncover my face. We'll do this again. He will actually reduce your march time significantly. Very, very significantly. It was kind of impressive how the formula works for march time. Okay. Train. I don't know, did I already heal them? Just train a couple. Alright, let's try this again. Now the troops should be going in at different times. But you're right, that might be the issue. It might just be the general. But I don't like to think that way, because the whole like, oh well, Ebony works in mysterious ways. I think that causes a lot of it makes everything like magical. Like but everything in Ebony is without besides the glitches, it's pretty consistent. It's just code. That's all it is. It's just code. A lot of bots in your server run him, so seeing someone else use him other than that is impressive. He's actually so here's the thing though. Don't use him as an assistant. The problem is that march speed doesn't work on the assistant when marching back from a monster. That's another thing that I found out. That was randomly like Anya from this Discord. She was asking me, how march speed works. And I was like, oh, I'll try it. And when I was testing it, it doesn't help with marching back. It's kind of weird. It only helps with marching towards. All right, so let's try this again. This time, let's send some generals. Looks like they're all pretty much almost there, so I could speed this one up. Okay, and let's make sure you're inside before I get there. Yeah, so let's take a look at what happens this time. If this does work, I could try it on greed and see if it's just Q being weird. Let's look at it again. Battle details. Okay, this time Pride is right here. So theoretically, Pride should have the kill. And he does. Okay, good. Yeah, it was just what order they're going in. And let's see, Sloth is now in the middle. Sloth doesn't have the kill. Okay. I was getting a little concerned. It is just the order that they're entering this building. So Pride got the kill this time. He does not have speed increasing anything. We can take a look at actually I wonder if I could do that real fast. This might be the easiest way to do it. Yeah. It's just what order they're going in. And like that's what I'm saying. Like when people think that, oh hey, well I saw that speed worked. I just saw that speed worked like maybe twice. But really it's just Q being compared to the other ones, we're just entering the building at a different time. And it, oh god, it crashed. And it caused it to look like it was speed. So I don't blame it. Like people say, "Oh, I saw a difference," and like you could have. There's a lot of other factors that could go into it. You really have to do repeated tests and change some small things. Like when it comes to who attacks first, I couldn't figure it out. I was I was baffled because I still don't know exactly how the attacking works. There's a pattern. There's a clear pattern. It's just going to take me a few days, maybe weeks. It usually takes a couple weeks on testing this stuff to actually come out to be to the point that I'm actually confident in my answer on how something works. Usually, it's a lot of math. It's a lot of testing. It's a lot of pain. But what's nice is most of the game we got figured out now. Like I could tell you the stats of all these different monsters. I can tell you how the formula works now. The speed, the range, we figured it all out. So really, it's just troop priority. That's what's left. Troop priority and subsidies. That's all I can really think of that we have left to test. All right. So what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna scout it. That's what I was gonna do. Scout. So let me just scout it and see if that'd be a good way to tell. It's gonna drop my bubble, but I can't scout. I did not realize that. Uh, no worries. Wait, these all get hit? What did... oh, that wasn't very nice. So basically the other server, that guy decided to actually kill my troops, which wasn't very nice of him. That's it for the test I had for speed, and just to go over it for if you just well, it doesn't matter if they're watching me. Like I said, it's not like I'm losing a lot of power doing this, and I'm probably gonna just get it all back later. Um, Mounted versus Archer, tier 15 siege. Yeah, basically I showed all the tests I really wanted to, and part of this is recording. I could just transition into start getting points for the rest of this SVS. Let me just do that. Let me just cancel my rallies. Cancel. Cancel. And then I'm just going to bubble up this guy. I won't need to... I don't think I'll need to test anytime soon. So they're bubbled. I'll send them back to their alliance. And I might just... I don't really play SVS. Oh well, this guy. Man, this guy's kind of annoying. I did scout him. Let me see if he's probably too big for me to rally right now. That is the nice thing about having a bunch of alts is you could just rally anybody you want. Yeah, troop speed doesn't work. And I think the reason behind that is if let's say troop speed did work. Let's say ground troop had 420 speed with the speed book, and mounted had say 600. I think what is it 7? I can't even think of how high that would be for mounted. Let's see, that's 20 for so 14. 7 times 20, 140. It'd be 740 speed. So if mounted at 740 speed, they'd get across the battlefield in 2 turns. They would. So how the game actually works is if, let's say, ground troops were attacking a ground. I think that's something that a lot of people. Let me move this out of the way. I think a lot of people understand that ground will attack ground first. They might not know why, but it is because the ground will attack the ground because they don't want to attack mounted. Mounted are strong against them. So after that, they're going to try to attack archers. But they can't reach the archers. If they had that speed book, that extra 420 speed, it is more likely that they're going to be able to reach the archers in some way or fashion. And what that's going to happen, that's going to do is ground marchers. Yes, thanks. 720. Yeah, ground marches are going to just eventually run past the defending ground and mounted and go straight after archers. So your archers are going to get destroyed by these ground rallies. The other thing that would happen is mounted having 720 speed. That 720 speed, they'll clash with ground. I think, and there's no way for me to prove this because I can't test this. This is impossible to test. But I think ground has a higher priority than siege for mounted. But mounted will fight the ground. After all the ground are dead, you send mounted. The mounted are going to run past the archers, and they're going to go straight after the siege. They don't care about mounted. They don't care about archers. They're just going straight after the siege. And if your siege are moving up closer, let's say, it's a little difficult. So let's see, 720 plus 50. So really as long as the siege are within 770 range of the mounted, they would move up to them and kill them. And this would completely change how the battles work. And that is if these worked exactly how Ebony is calling it out. Speed skill books don't work, and anytime you ask Ebony about it, they kind of gaslight you and say, "Oh, you're talking about march speed." No, I'm not. I'm talking about troop speed, and they never work. And all these tests that I showed throughout the stream, these are just like small tests. If you actually look, I'm going to try shorten them up, but if you actually look at what they're trying to show, you'll see that the speed doesn't work. It doesn't work on rallies. It doesn't work on reinforcements. It doesn't when you're changing the range of a specific siege by 5. It's not showing that it's changing the speed of the ground troop. So, and that goes besides like what they were actually showing in the subsidies. Now in subsidies, Evany actually changed it. Evany's fixed the subsidies. And in my video, I showed the subsidies showed the correct values. So if I clicked on this, and I went to actually click on a subsidy, I go to attack, and you look at the troops. Used to be able to look at the horses, and it'd say 300 speed. Same thing with Siege. They would say 900 range. Now it says 1.4. So after my video, Evany decided to fix this. But you know what they didn't fix? They didn't fix Hun's Invasion. Hun's Invasion still has the correct values of speeds. And actually, I could think one of the viewers, ResTap, pointed that out to me because I don't play Hun's Invasion enough. So let me see if I could actually show you that. Because that's actually kind of funny. Like, everyone was saying, oh, well, well, not everyone. These players, certain players that don't believe me, they were saying, oh, what you must have been looking at is the sub-city. The sub-city troops must have a different range and speed than actual troops. But if, and I'm going to show this right here. If you look, yeah, I'll show all the people I'll talk to. But if you look right here, you'll see that the range is 1.1 for tier 10. Well, he didn't really show the speed on here, but you'll see that it's not 14. Well, let's look at these. Like, the range is 1K. It's not what Evany's saying it is. So, and Huns, they're actually giving you the right speed and right siege values until they see this video and they're like, oh shit, we forgot about that. So I don't know why Evany's lying about the speed and siege values, and I don't know why I'm getting so much hate pointing it out. I've been getting a lot of hate by senior members. Like, they just don't like that I'm explaining this, and they're saying, oh yeah, speed books definitely work. They don't. So one, don't use them on defense. That I think that's the very clear thing with all of this is don't use speed books on defense at all because you have so many troops that you can buff. When it comes to attacking, and if you're going to, you're going to attack other players, it is something I wanted to test to see what is the best alternative. And I might even do it this SVS if I have a moment to just test on my own and have a big player hit me and have them hit me with different alternatives to troop speed. But what I think might be the best is, let's say, for example, you have a mounted march, right? You have a mounted march. You have all these mounted books. So that's what? 3 attack, defense, HP. March size, so that's 4. And then you got 2 more. And you can either do march speed. You might do a debuffing book if you wasted your money on those. Ground HP or ground attack, I think, are good choices. It could also be argued archer attack would be a decent choice. The reason I'm saying that is when it comes to, if you put a mounted march inside of a building, or inside of a keep or something like that. Let's see, they don't. Yeah, it's not actually, Victor. It's actually a little bit more calculated than that. John Wick, he's been going off recently about how thicker layers are better. Layers are better. And I think thicker layers, like protective layers, have certain advantages and they have disadvantages. If you are attacking a player that has no reinforcements and it's a bigger player that you know you're going to lose that rally, smaller rain is probably better. Like, smaller layers is probably better. If you're attacking somebody that has a lot of rain, bigger layers are probably going to be better for you. And let me just explain it with this specific kind of example. You sent a mounted march inside of a building. You weren't paying attention to it. You have it inside of a hospital. Somebody else decides to attack you with archers. Archers are good against mounted, right? what's going to happen is if you have thicker layers and stronger layers, your ground layers are going to kill their ground layers faster. Your archer layers are going to kill their mounted layers faster because they sent archers. So once their ground layers are dead and their mounted layers are dead, that gives your mounted free range to directly attack their archers. And even though archers have the advantage with the multiplier, their stats are much lower than mounted, and they will die very quickly. So by having that extra attack on your ground troop, or by having that extra attack on your archer, you'll be able to take out layers of the enemy faster. You can do the same thing with, like you said, ground HP. I think that's what I have on mine, and that's because I was thinking of it a different way. Your ground troops get attacked quite a bit in an attack. So when you're attacking somebody, the siege, if they don't have siege increasing range, so remember this little graph above me, which is showing all the different ranges. If they don't have siege increasing range, skill book or the ring, pretty much everything tier 12. Let me make sure I do that right. Tier 12. Yes. Tier 12 and down will attack ground troops on the first turn if they don't have anything increasing speed. So having all those attack ground troops, if you increase your HP a bit, it's going to help your ground troops survive longer and allow it so that your layers aren't getting killed before you get to the enemy. That's why I do actually think ground layers should be thicker, because you want them to survive against these siege attacks. Now, if you're attacking a player that has 5 million of every siege, yeah, your layer is not going to do much for you. It's you'd have to have a very thick layer to survive that. It might not be worth it. You really have to do the math. But for a march versus a march, when you're thinking like buildings, not attacking keeps, but when you're thinking about reinforcing buildings, attacking buildings, thicker layers, stronger layers can have the advantage in terms of getting rid of the other enemies' protective layers. Like you're trying to kill off their protective layers so your main forces can take them out. That's that would be the benefit of using that last skill book for attack or HP or something like that. I hope that answers that. Yeah. So I don't use speed books on any generals right now. Maybe Evney will change it, and I think what Evney should do. This is what I think they should do. I told you how speed would really mess things up, and speed might make things worse. Like I said, it'd kind of break the game. It could break the game in the opposite direction. Like imagine if you have speed book on your defense general, your mounted troops, your ground troops run so far away from your keep that your archers don't do anything. Your archers will never get to attack the enemy. It'd be terrible. It'd be awful if that was happening. So that's probably another reason why they changed it. What they should do is they should just make the skill books change a multiplier of some sort. Like you should have it so that the ground speed skill book gives you a higher multiplier against archers, or gives you a lower multiplier, make it so that mounted troops don't hurt you as much or something like that. You'd have to balance it because it'd be a huge buff towards mounted and ground, but I think to make it actually work, to actually make it a workable skill book, that's what they should do. Because now actually what I can do, since you're here, I can actually show you those battles that I had. Let me show this saved and take a look at these battles. I shared them, but I could kind of explain them. And actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out of this account because I'm not going to play it anymore. And I'm going to let's see here. Which one should I use? Let's see if this account works. This one may or may not work. I don't remember which one this one is. But let it open up. So what I'm doing here is I'm just showing like what happens when you attack. Like this player attacked me with mounted troops. And as you can see, I have this many killed. But you'll just see how many had survived. That's the easiest way to look at this. So you'll just see 5, 4, 8, 1, 7, 1. And he attacked me again with mounted troops. And again, I had 5, 4, 8, 171. And this time I had a general that had a mounted troop speed book. Just to show that the mounted troop speed book didn't even change my wounds by 1. And this was a full attack. Like when you look at the details, the attacker that they sent, tier 14, tier 13, like they sent a lot of troops at me. And I didn't ghost anything. I still had my mounted troops, but it was the same result on both of them. So you'll see that my mounted troops killed 16407 right here. We go back to the other one. And that's why I'm pulling this one up, is to make it easier. Battle details. And they killed the exact same troops. So, again, before you close, I put a 3-day bubble on that one. I don't play that one very often. The other ones, I'm probably going to mess with the enemy team in SVS. It's something I do quite often. I didn't really have everything ready defensively, and I did get attacked by a guy with siege, but it's kind of a even trade. It's not a big deal. So let's take a look at these battle reports. So everyone can actually. Did I save them on here? I thought. Well, did I? Is that what this is? Oh, this is the Archer one. Yeah, I could look at the Archer. I think that's a good example too. So here we have it. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll look at the other Archer attack. So here's 2 Archer attacks. You'll see one. I had Bay Bars. Bay Bars had a level 4 speed book. On this one, I did not have a defending general. So this is with speed on the right side. This is without speed on the left side. And when you compare them, in terms of lost power, sorry, it's kind of flipped, but you see the lost power is the same, 4917. Wounded is the same, 78172. There's no changes. Everything's exactly the same. And we could look at battle details. Let's look at the defender. As we can tell, the defender is exactly the same on everything. The speed book didn't do anything. And I can't afford to do too many of these large tests, but it was pretty much, I think this was the nail in the coffin. However, people that still believe that, yeah, nothing changed. And this was a speed skill book. This was the exact same march and everything. And I recorded myself doing this just to show that the speed skill books don't work on any. Like, I did all these small tests right here, right? The small tests are to show basically the science, basically the fundamental parts of it. And this big test was just to prove that I was not lying. It's exactly the same. And I did this with mounted. I did this with ground. I actually almost did this with siege, but I got interrupted because the only time you can really do this is during SVS, because I don't want to, heal with all those resources. So, uh, again, I'm gonna take all this together. I'm gonna make a video, and it's gonna be the last. Like, hey, this is how it works. This is why I know it works. Yeah, it was a lot of source of life, but you do not understand. I messed up one of these attacks, so I just attacked myself, and then I said, "Oh crap! I messed something up because I didn't heal my troops all the way or something like that, right?" And then I had to do the same. They had to do the same attack 3 times. So it was a lot of source of life, but I think it was good because it's difficult for someone to argue with a battle report. No, no, this uh, it had to do with. I think I had some that were wounded from, I don't know, monster rally or something like that. Something they were already wounded in my hospital, and I did not take account for them basically. And then I healed them, and then I attacked again, and then I realized, oh wait, I have extra troops now. I have to do the attack a third time. Yeah, so it's a lot of source of life. Yeah, 491 power. Damn. Oh yeah, I mean he's a big boy. Like he has real buffs. Yeah. So again, that was ground. I mean, sorry, that was mounted. I should probably go to his PvP and see if no, nope. This is, of course, this is not going to be possible because unfortunately I don't have that. But yeah, we did it with ground as well. Is this ground? And it was the same thing, right? Same exact thing. 401. Like right here. We'll just look at this. Uh, if you look at these last numbers, 978, 273. And I think this was this the other ground. Okay, so 978, 293. And what was this one? That's when I was actually testing Siege. Okay, so this was with the Wall General. I put a speed on Shajar because I got a lot of complaints that, well, maybe Baybars being not a PvP general, he doesn't count. So I used Shijal Alder, put a speed book on her. You just don't want somebody that affects the stats, the buffs. And it was the same thing. 978, 273. I appreciate it, Matt. Yeah, what it really is just, I guess what bothered me is when I released my video about it. Uh, Actually, my video got taken down from some discords because these players, specifically it's Oz, and I think some other players like in RSP. I don't really know. I don't know these players at all. They were saying it's misinformation. It's a lie. They're saying that. Well, one of the things is that like, there's no way speed books don't work. They definitely do work. We tested them. At least they said they tested them. Uh, and their test, they showed me. It was basically one player that had a bunch of different reigns in them, and they got attacked. They healed, but they had different number of traps, different number of subsidy troops, and the players that attacked him in the rally, they joined the rally differently. And if you saw what just happened here when I was testing, sending in troops in a different order in reigning, it'll change the order of attacking, and that's going to change your outcome greatly. It's not a controlled test. And that's what I told them. Well, when they showed me that, I said, it doesn't prove it. It's not a controlled test. And I think they got really offended by that. And when people tell me that speed books work, I try to test it. I test it against monsters. I had some people saying, oh, it might work on subsidies. I thought that'd be awesome. If they've worked on subsidies, that'd be a crazy strategy. I put them on subsidies. I don't see any difference. So, and maybe that's why they don't work. I didn't even think about that. Maybe if you put troop speed books on subsidies, that might somehow be broken. And I would have to think of it. It'd take a lot, to try to figure it out. But that could be potentially broken, and they said, "Oh no, this doesn't work." I don't know. I don't know if Ebony's that smart. So, uh, but because it was called misinformation, they took my uh, some of my videos down. I got banned off some discords over stuff like this, and I'm like, you guys are telling players the wrong stuff. There's still a lot of players out there that use speed books on their wall. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the desserts. I want to do subsidy testing because I think subsidy testing is subsidies are probably the least known mechanics in the game. Like obviously, yes, you get the buffs out of them, but everything else, like when do they attack? All these different things you could do. Uh, I, it is funny. I definitely could see that being a possibility that RSP is comprised of Evny developers and that they're just mad. Because when I contacted Evny, like I contacted CS, I said, hey, your speed books don't work. And they just said, try to test it with mounted. Like, yeah. Uh, yeah, it's just nonsense. But it's not just the speed books. The speed books are the most egregious part of it because it's wasting an entire slot. And like when it comes to a defense, you'd have a player that uses both ground troop and mounted troop speed books. And that's 50% buffs that they're missing out because players are saying no, they're good. Those are good to have. That's 50% buffs that they're missing out on. So, and 50% buffs is something that players pay an entire cake for. Like that's a lot of buffs to be missing out on, and it's just nonsense that players should be I don't know given misinformation on speeds on mounted troops and siege ranges. And I think that's why for a long time nobody knew how the game worked because the numbers never made sense. And that's what got me into this was I the first thing that I did when I was playing this game is I didn't understand which is better, defense or HP, right? You have uh which one do you want more, defense or HP and how it works. And that's the first thing I did was go after that formula. Well, what I think it is, and I have no idea how to say your name, so I'm just gonna say Nagalawar. Uh God, there's way too many letters in that first name of yours. Abhijit? Abhijit? You, what I get a lot is, hey, you're only a 4 billion power player. You don't. I'm not in. I don't have a bunch of all star dragons and stuff like that. Usually, when I'm in all stars, I'm the lowest power player. All these other players have a lot of power, and the fact is that if you're going to all stars, you need to have a lot of power to get a lot of points. It's even if you have really good buffs, even if you're the most technical player in the game, it's it's just a sad truth. Like you could be the best soldier, you cannot go up against 1,000 other soldiers. That's kind of the truth of it. And I could increase my power, and for the most part, I kept my power low and I kept my buffs low because I was playing the trap keep, and that's the easiest way to get good points in SVS. At least, um, I and this is the other thing. I don't put uh, a lot of my time doesn't go into preparing for all stars or challenge. Usually, my teams just get in there. Like it's just oh hey, it's challenge, and we're in challenge, and we're fighting all these other really big alliances. We usually fight alliances that are twice our size, and I think that's really where it goes down to. Knowing the game makes you twice as powerful as what you are. Now, I'm not going to be able to beat a 20 billion power keep, but I could probably be as useful as an 8 billion power. So that's really where it's at. And when it comes to making defenses, Like my main keep, I'm probably not going to be making much more siege because I'm not going after a siege defense. Actually, for a while, I didn't understand how siege defenses worked because I knew a lot of players uh, pers- um, wanted to do that. They wanted to do a siege defense, and I was like, that sounds terrible because it sounds like you can be so easily uh, abused by tier 11 rallies, and these players they would focus on siege HP debuffs, siege attack, siege defense, all this kind of stuff, and I again, I told you I don't have that experience. But then when I looked at it, I understood why it's working. And it's because of counterattack. If you debuff their tier 11 so much and your top tier siege have so much higher buffs, you'll be positive on and points on counterattack alone. And once I saw that, I realized, okay, that's why that's been working for players. Yeah, Richard, like you're right. People mistake their power, their keep size, all that stuff with skill. And that's I think that's part of the issue with games like this is you know it's not all skills. There's players that just spend a lot of money and they're just going to be stronger than you. That's just the way it is. Uh, you play some other games like actual competitive games that are out there, like whatever you look on esports, whether it's you know I don't know, Call of Duty, Valorant, Dota, League of Legends, all that kind of stuff. All the players, no player has a money advantage. It is completely skill based, and that's where you can actually um, determine who's better. I find I find that these Vietnamese players that are just really tanky have a really good defense more impressive than a player that spent a lot of money but doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, it All Stars does, but it also measures like you don't actually have to spend a lot of money to get All Stars. You could just be really good at farming and botting. Take what you saw. You saw me with 10 bots, 10 bots, 10 alts. The thing is with these 10 alts though, if you look, they're all K37s. I'm not farming them. I'm not farming these alts. These are all K37s. They are. I use them in battle, and I use them for testing. Uh, they're. I want to say they're the strongest, but when you have 10 extra marches joining your rally or 10 extra marches reinforcing you, it makes you very difficult to take out. But the whole point, the whole reason I made them was to yeah, they're all K37 with the same generals. Uh, it's a lot of time. It's a lot of time and effort. Where a lot of players they have their one account. I'm probably messing with about uh, 14 accounts, and it's not just you just put them on a bot and then you're good. It's a lot of like, well, I have to do the blazons for all of them. I have to do the refines for all of them. I have to. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. But the whole idea is I'm kind of making myself a small army, and it works for me. I'm not. I could have just purged all those resources, made myself a K43, got a bunch of power, and did well in All Stars. But that's not really what I'm going for. Yeah, I'm not going for that. To be honest, I never. The reason why I have no problem telling players how the game works is I'm not trying to get an advantage. I'm not trying to get an advantage over anybody. I just want to explain how the game works because that's what I wanted to do this entire time was just figure out how the game works, explain it. I don't want to hold this information and be like, hey guys, don't tell anyone. In fact, like as soon as I find something, I want to share it with players. A lot of things I can't always test because I don't have, uh, I don't have access to a lot of players that will test things for me. So I have to test everything myself. I'm trying to figure out if I should stream myself playing SVS. It'd be pretty easy. I'll just go to the enemy server, um, reinforce myself, and take their temple. And the fun thing is, if it's a big guy, they can either hit me and lose, or they can try to fight the temple with me. But I can usually win with smaller marches, just because if you use marches correctly, you can come out positive. You might lose the battle, but you'll come out positive in points, and that's really how you defeat these bigger players. Should see if there's any questions. I don't know if I really even posted this. I kind of posted this on my Discord, but I'm gonna see if there's any other players that have questions that I can answer. Unless anybody that's in the stream has questions, because it's really difficult. I get a lot of messages from a lot of players, and it's sometimes really difficult to answer them. Let's see here. I should have added everyone on this. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't stream very often. It's mostly I've been wanting to, but I don't get to do it very often. It's because usually I'm either testing or doing something else. So are you in an alliance of only you? No. Okay, so in my server, I don't know. Hey Queen. My server is mostly has a lot of big players in it. If you are familiar with the C5 server, we have Anya, who's the owner of the C5 server. She's in here. I'm in here. We have actually some big alliances. HOV is potentially a top 10 challenge alliance. The problem is we have 3 alliances that go to challenge because we have a lot of big players. If we all went into one alliance, I'm pretty sure we would do quite well. So, like if I was to look at challenge, right now we're actually the smallest out of the 4, but I think we'll come in probably second or third. But we're probably gonna have the next 2 battles and see where we're lined up on. But I'm actually helping these guys out because my alliance is full of free to play players, and yeah, but my alliance is full of free to play players. It's the alliance right here, NBA, and if you actually took a look at this alliance, if I could actually find it somewhere over here, I'm never gonna be able to find it actually. If I could just find an NBA member. That's what I could do. I could just find NBA. So my alliance, if you actually look at it, you'll see that nobody spends money. It's a very small alliance. And the thing is, when you have something like this, I find it very fun. Like we actually do really well. My alliance does really well. We win most of the battlefields. If I was to look at the account, you'll see it's 98%, 99% of the battlefields are won, and it's just a bunch of players, low coiners, free to play players. Yeah, we have a pretty tough server, but we also have a lot of players that are big but don't actually use their power. The alliance I'm in right now, they're the biggest alliance in our server, and I'm just there to help them out. Let's see, this is I can't even load it all the way, but they have some. It's a pretty decently sized alliance, and they're doing pretty well in challenge. To be honest, I'll tell you guys something kind of embarrassing because challenge was on Sundays. I missed last challenge because I thought challenge was going to be on Sunday again, and I slept through Saturday challenge. And I'm half the team. I'm just helping them try to get see how high we can get them into challenge. Usually, we'll have three alliances fighting separately in challenge, right? And that's why you'll see like even that alliance I just showed you that that has all these free to play players. They have a challenge city. Let's take a look at that. I'll just show you. So this is a free to play or low coiner alliance, and you can see that we would also do pretty well in challenge. So I'm helping the biggest one because we wanted to see how high we can get. Unfortunately, uh, our first battle, two teams didn't even show up. Oh wait, yeah, yeah. Actually, I need to look at the time. I need to set a time because I totally slept, and I'm half of my team. Like I have half the, yeah, 10 hours. Because I just had a lot of people come in. Like I use all the alts, and I also have this other player that you see next to me. I'm basically controlling all of them in challenge, so it's like it is quite busy for me. Yeah, yeah. I was I woke up an hour after challenge ended, and I just woke up and everyone was like, "Hey, what happened?" I was like, "Oh, whoops, my bad." I think they were against PRK or something, some top alliance and C5, and we'll see if we'll do well. Like it's fun, you know. Unfortunately I haven't built up a lot of troops yet, so I can't join too many rallies. K41. This is this is my so this is another guy that's in my alliance. He's on vacation, so he's like, "Hey man, you can use my account, test, whatever." And he's a pretty big player. He has quite a bit of his dragons unlocked already. And the crazy thing about this guy is that uh, he he doesn't farm. He's VIP 22. He bought everything. He bought all his resources from Ebony. He just doesn't have a single alt. It's pretty crazy. Uh, yeah, it's someone else's. I'm this is my main account is a K40, and I just got K40. I don't have yeah. Uh, he is some kind of project manager. But you know, since I'm here, I could probably show you guys something that's also interesting. If I can pull it up. Hi, Win Win. Let's see here. Well, with all the new YouTube money, uh, you know, I could coin. I have a decent job that I could coin. It's a matter of do I think Ebony deserves my money? Yeah, with them being dishonest about stuff, with them even their advertising is dishonest, right? So why would I want to give them money? It's not even about it being a pay to win game and all this. Like I joke a lot about, um, it being a waste of money, and I think people can do whatever they want with their money. It's just, you know, do I really want to give these guys that are dishonest, that has terrible customer service, and then, when I do actually coin, and I buy, I get this awesome siege general. They take away the attack skill book, and then it just, I don't know, it's stuff like that. Or think of how many players were upset about this dragon event. Either you're upset about the dragon event because you didn't realize it until it was too late, or you bought into the second dragon event thinking it was going to be like the first one, and everyone was met with disappointment. I can show you guys something kind of interesting that I was looking at, and it's not something that's really refined, but it's something that I was trying to figure out. Like what I was trying to figure out what is the strongest, what is the best troops in the game, basically. Yeah. Range, hey Doc Holiday, range books work, but they actually are pretty much the best ones. Instead of giving 25, 50, 75, and 100, they give 20, 40, 60, and 80. I didn't test that here. They're quite a bit more difficult to test. And if you missed the test, I did a lot of the tests earlier in the stream, showing basically doing a rally, showing the speed books didn't affect the rally. Doing rain, showing reinforcements, speed books don't affect reinforcements. Showing how the actual battlefield size is 1500. We did that earlier in the stream. Sorry if you guys missed it. I could probably do them again if I get enough viewers in here. Well, what I was talking about is what tier do you think is the best? And I do think archers are great. I think archers are great because they're well protected. Not many things hit them directly. Um, oh. Hey, what's up? What's up, Beard Man? So, tier 12 and tier 1 are arguably the best. And this is something I'm just looking at archers. Here's the reason why it's really difficult to tell. Yeah, tier 12s. I'll tell you why. One, tier 12s tend to attack closer to last. So that means that their attack is generally not going to be wasted on a layer. When your troops attack, generally tier 12 is going to attack last. Yeah, no worry, man. This is my first stream. I don't do this very often. But besides that, what you really need to take a look at is what kind of stats you're getting for the power, right? Or for not power, so the points. The points. Power is arbitrary. Don't worry about power, but points. So the instructions to Battle Simulator. Yeah, Richard Dudley. You know what? I need to update the Battle Simulator. Actually, that's why I have up. Let me pull this up right now. Right here, Battle Simulator. Let me just make it bigger, because. But you're right. When I first made the Battle Simulator, I did not know. Yeah, I'll just keep it like that. I didn't really know exactly how the siege worked. I didn't know the siege books, like first attacking troop, like no siege simulations are not currently accurate. I made this before I understood how all that stuff worked. Let's see. You should really tell people. Yeah, the attacker and the range. Yes, that was only for tier 1 through tier 4 because I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know how that worked at the time, and I need to update the simulator and try and make it a little bit more accurate. But what I wanted to show is I want to show this tab I have right here. It's just base stats. I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger for everyone to see. I could probably do that right over here. Okay, and I'll explain these numbers in a second. But basically, these are just base stats all the way to tier 15 because I don't have any hope of getting tier 16 anytime soon, so I haven't really put those in here yet. But when you look at this, you'll see your base stats and the points you get for SVS and Battlefield. Basically, all you need to do to understand the points, how much they're worth, is whatever SVS points are, you just multiply it by like near like 2 point something. I forgot the exact number, but it might be 2.2. I don't know, but basically they go up about the same. So, in order to really figure out what the best tier is in terms of troops, you need to kind of figure out, okay, what buffs am I needing? With Archer and with Archer specifically, I think most players will say that the attack is the most important, more than defense, more than HP. So what I decided to do was try to figure out which troop gives you the best stats for how much power they have, and the winner is going to pretty much be tier 1 nearly every time if you use flat. And I'm going to try to show that right here. This is going to be a really difficult number for you guys to do, but to understand. But this is basically a formula I kind of made up, and it basically shows the higher the number, the better. Okay, and it's going to show like the efficiency. So can I highlight this? Let me see if I can do this. I don't know how to use Sheets as well as Excel. So if I wanted to format this, conditional format. It's not. Maybe it's that one. I wonder if this will help. Let's see here. Conditional formatting. And we just want it to color scale. Yeah, no, I want it the other way. Whatever. Works. So the greener the number, the better. This is with these stats right here. I'm going to change this. I'm going to try to explain this out a little bit. The bigger the number is, I'm just going to put the tiers next to it so it's not confusing to everyone. Okay, so here we go. I'm just going to... This is just stuff I do on my own. I don't label anything because I don't share with everybody else. Yeah, put that back down here. So these are just the tiers. And this is for Archer specifically. What this is going to be is the attack. And this is attack divided by the points that they're worth. So attack divided by points. And then there's a separate factor that we should kind of be aware of, and that is the lower tier, like tier 1s, will attack more often than your tier 15s and tier 14s, and that's just because they're going to be attacked last. So you have all these layers protecting them. Let me answer some of these questions. So think about what's going on. Tier 11, yeah, we'll get on tier 11. Tier 11 are great. So basically, this is just showing how strong a troop is compared to their power, depending on certain stuff. Right here is going to be flat, and this is going to be percent buffs, and I need to change it to actual percentage. So this is percent buffs. And this will be the enemy defense. So these three things are going to determine how effective... You're right, Mundo. Are going to determine how effective your troops are. So just to kind of give an idea, if I change this to 2,000%, let's put another 0 in here. You'll notice that the higher tier troops, they're going to be a lot worse than the lower tier troops. So obviously, higher buffs you have, the better that your higher tier troops are. So we'll change this back to 3,000. Same thing with flat. If you only have 1,000 flat, which is, I mean, it's going to be very easy to have that. It makes it so that your higher tier troops are going to be stronger than your lower tier troops. That's something simple. Same thing with enemy defense. If the enemy defense, so right now it's 100,000. If I make it 200,000, again, it makes your higher tier troops better. So the higher the enemy defense, the better higher tier troops are. The higher your buffs, the better higher tier troops are. However, if you think about it, if you had 3,000% buffs, you'd probably get debuffed down to 3,000. And you could easily have 2,000 flats, not even trying. Like, honestly, 3,000 flats is not even difficult to get. And then you kind of see what it's probably closer for you. So, tier 15 are still going to be really good, but right here, tier 12 has the highest number out of all the tiers around it. So tier 12 is definitely going to be the best overall in terms of points per percent, well, points per buffs basically, or stats. And tier 1 are also really good at it. So I remember in one of my earlier videos, I talked about tier 1 rallies. That is something for like a newer player. They can do tier 1 rallies and they can do really well on them. But obviously that doesn't work in All-Stars. That doesn't work in Battlefield with big players. That's why it'd probably get laughed at. But you would come out positive, generally. Yeah, thanks, Win-Win. That's all I do. I like to bore people with math. That's my strategies. And Mundo, honestly, this I don't like Ebony. That's the thing. I hate the game. Like all these, like there's a lot of players that like the game, and good on that. It is more fun than some other mobile games, but I'm doing it because I'm having. It's like a puzzle to me, figuring out how this works. I was actually watching that podcast with Sing and John Wick, and John Wick probably should talk to him. He did mention speed books a little bit. He said he thinks, well, maybe he didn't mention speed books. I think he mentioned that he thinks ground start ahead of mounted, and that's what that's what I thought. I thought ground started ahead of mounted because I thought mounted had 600 speed, but once we figured out that they didn't, that was a hassle. Uh, yeah, he's also friendly, dude. I don't mind any YouTuber that I haven't had a problem with, right? Like I get along. I like Mr. Yours. Me and him. He's a really friendly guy. I get along with him. I don't care about how good a player is. And yeah, Wick is a surgeon. Um, I get along with a lot of the friendlier YouTubers or YouTuber I never had a problem with. Yeah, it was yesterday. I'd probably try to do some more podcasts, answer some questions because I think that's really what I want to do. I don't talk too much about team building. I could talk about defense building, but if you guys look at my defense, it's you could kind of understand my strategy. But yeah, yours is a social gal. Yeah, he's a really laid back guy, so I get along with him. I'm just all my videos are about mechanics. I might do the whole what generals I think are the best. I could do stuff like that. I could go and talk about other stuff, but maybe after I figure out all the mechanics, because there are still stuff that I don't know. Like I was talking earlier, subsidies. Imagine if putting flat gear on your subsidies made you like brokenly strong. That could be possible. Who knows? Until we have the mechanics on subsidies completely figured out, you won't know. Same thing with like I just did monster mechanics. The other thing that I really want to figure out is troop priority. Tier 1 range trap good. I've heard it is. I have not seen it. I haven't seen battle reports on it. Yeah, I'll show you. Let me show you my keep. And let me actually heal up my siege after somebody attacked me while I was testing. That was very rude of them to do. So let me just revive everything. That was very rude of them. Let's see here. Heal, heal. Luckily, I got the source of life. And let me change this. Okay, so let me actually show you my defense strategy, I guess. Ground. Yeah. Let me talk about this a little bit. Actually, I could just probably take a look at that a recent defense report. Jeez, really? The defense report's gone. Let me just show you my troop details. So when it comes to troops, I'm still, making a lot of tier ones. Like you should make as many tier ones mounted as you can. Uh, I also have been making a lot of archers and ground. Uh, it's because most of my stats are archer attack and uh, mounted attack flats. I think you should really just go flats with most of everything. Flat warrior would also do you well, but I do have some flats on the HP and defense, and it's just tier ones are great troops. If you don't get zeroed, the tier ones are going to do you well because they, like I said, they're the best bang for your buck according to. I can't. I forgot I had this in front of me. I'm sorry, guys. Thanks, thanks, Pratik. I have 5 different screens on here. So if I was to take a look at my mounted troops, right? I only have like 27 million, 275 million. Uh, I should have at least double that, triple that if I really want to have a good defense. I have a lot of tier one archers and tier one ground. I think all the tier ones are really good, especially now that you have battle tested. You have these other um, these other ways to get flat attack. What you should also be looking at these are not just defensively, but look at how much attack they can give. Like it's each one of them gives a small amount of attack, but they're gonna hit hard. Uh, and then after that, I just have a lot of thick layers of. Uh, let's see. Let's take a look at this. I've just a million archers, ground, and I go light on mounted and siege. That's what I basically do all the way up. The only difference is once I get closer to my top, I have a lot of tier 11s. Just compared to most of my other troops, I have more tier 11s. That's just so I can do tier 11 rallies. And then tier 12 archers. This is great defensively and allows me to join a lot of rallies. And the thing is, if they're doing tier 11s, tier 11s are great for siege. The thing is, if you're doing a lot of rallies, if your team is doing a lot of rallies, you might not have. If they say, "Oh, ground rally, mounted rally, siege rally," if you don't have that specific troop, you can always add archers. I can't think of a time when adding archers would be bad. Even if the enemy has no mounted, adding archers are still going to be good. Just because your archers are not going to take much damage until the troops get to you, and you'll also help take out any mounted layers that are in there. Hey, thanks, man. I hope that's been working out for you. I I I really struggle giving players strategy advice because I'd like to just explain this is how the game works. Figure out your uh, strategy on your own. But I think having a base strategy, a baseline where your strategy is going, I think that's really good. Uh, what my plan is for defense eventually is I think the strongest defense is going to be ground and archer. I think that's going to be the strongest defense. At least for me. I know a lot of players do the siege, and I explained this before. The whole reason why siege works or can work is only if you have really high siege buffs. If you have really high siege buffs and really good siege debuffs, your siege can work. And that's because those tier 11s are going to lose power on an attack. I wonder if I actually did a look at that. Actually, perfect. Let me pull this sheet back up. I'll show you guys how this works. So, I find my mouse. Okay, let me come down here a little bit. So, I need to update this, but let me kind of explain what's going on here. Right now, I have a tier 11 siege attack, and this is 2,000% buffs. The idea is with these buffs and just some random flats. Let's say you had a 3,000% siege buffs. You probably get debuffed at least 1,000. So that's the whole idea. You got debuffed. These are your buffs now. It's 2,000. This is your final attack on your tier 11 siege. And you are attacking the enemy defending siege. Now, the enemy defending siege, I don't know why these are saying 0.6 for the troop modifier. That's odd. Doesn't matter, but I think that modifier is wrong. But I haven't updated this in a while. It's only wrong by 0.1. But you're defending siege. It doesn't matter. I only put 340,000 here, and there's a reason. I'm going to get to that. But I'm going to say you had 3,000 buffs on your keep. So you had 1,000% buffs after all the debuffs, all that stuff's settled. You had 1,000% buffs more than the enemy. And your tier 14, we're assuming you don't have tier 15 yet. Your tier 14 we're getting hit. So who wins this battle? So those 3 million tier 11s will attack your tier 14s. And I could put more troops here. It doesn't matter. Let me zoom in a little bit. Because I know it's kind of small. The tier 11s, they kill 341,000 troops. 340,879 troops of your siege. They don't kill them all, okay? So that means they get counterattacked. So your tier 14s, 10 of them survive. And they counterattack, and they kill 430,000 of the tier 11s. And that's it. That was the end of the battle. The next battle, the tier 11s kill you, but they killed 340. You killed 430 of them. So what does that look like when it comes to points? And so we come down here, and if we were looking at total battlefield points or SVS points, you'll see that the attacker, they killed 340, and I think this is how many points they lost. And this is the defender, and this is how many points they lost. Let me verify that on the, let's see, 62. Yeah, that's right. So that's how many points the defender lost. That's how much the defender was worth. So the defender actually won this, and that's why siege defenses have to have really high stats, is because that's the only way you're going to be able to survive against a tier 11 rally. Okay, let me get to these comments. Tier 1 cav wall, ground attack buff, archer layers, back them out my defense. Sent example K45 ground soloing me when I had 3 archer reigns. It widely depends on what kind of I'll take a look at that. Can you do a video on troop composition for a strong pyramid tier 1 tier 6 meat wall with upper tiers? I'm actually planning on doing another defense video, but it's probably going to be more of a higher higher power one. All ground layers died completely. He has actually, PH, if you actually send me that, I'll take a look at it. Thanks, Win. Have a good night. Yeah, that'd be fun if they put flats are broken. They can be quite broken. And here's the thing that I think. So let me get rid of this. Well, actually, I can write on it. Well, when we're talking about layers, and a lot of times people are like, okay, so you have one. No, I'm going the wrong way. Two. I'll just take that. But when people talk about the different tiers of layers, usually what people are saying like, I don't know, like 30%, 30%, 30%, and all the rest are like 10%. I don't know what everyone uses. I'm just saying this is what a random way that people will say this is how you should do your troop composition. When it comes to layers, it really depends on what you're trying to do. If you have flat attack, you can make your layers, your lower layers, bigger. What that will do is, yes, overall you do less attack. Your march is overall worth less power and it's cheaper to heal. However, the other big major thing that you're doing is you're taking out enemy layers. So right here, if I did this, I said, okay, 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%, and I had this go all the way down, and then I had 30% in these three. What's going to happen when I attack somebody is these three are going to kill layers. These 10 might kill one layer. Might kill 2 layers. They're not going to kill that many layers. They're going to get stopped. So if you actually change this to something like, I don't know, say 5, that might be a little bit too much. But I don't know, like 3%, 3%, 3%. And once you get down here, maybe 10%, 10%. And no, 20. 30, and actually I'll bring these down a little bit, right? Like, well, maybe not that much, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you could adjust this so you could kill more layers in your marches. Like when the enemy has lots of reigns, these will help clear out those reigns. And that's the idea. Like, if you have flat golden refines on your gear, you may want to increase your bottom layer of like archers. These are all just whatever your main troop is, right? The same thing kind of happens with your defense. You don't want to have a ton of higher tier troops if you have a lot of flat. So getting lower tiers are probably going to be better. Flats and blazons. So let me look at that battle report and close this down. Oh man, that looked like it hurt. Okay, so he soloed with ground. His other troops didn't seem like they did too much. He also has quite a bit of archers in here as well. So if you were talking about saying that, well, I'll take a look at yours. This is gonna be a little weird because it's a mixed archer ground. Is that what that is? Range troops. Or did he just have big layers? No, it was like archer ground. That's interesting. So let's see what let's see what happened to you. So I guess the idea is archers are going to take out some of your mounted layers. Now let me archer reigns kept safely in the back. Yeah, so what was your all ground layers died completely. He was going through cast but couldn't. Yeah, so what's great is even though like archers are not good against ground, you'll see that like you're slowly whittling him down with your archers. So I get it. You have 3.5 million right here, and you only killed 145. If you had, uh, I don't know, like 10 times this much, you'd kill over 1 million of them, right? You'd kill 1.5 million of his march with just your tier 12s. And nobody, and they don't get touched. That's the great thing about archers. That's why I kind of say that they're safe. And yeah, all these other troops are just small layers, and the archers just whittle them down. And it's a good strategy. It's what I use um, against players. Okay, guess I'm reading battle reports now. Oh man, so let me take a look at this one. So they send is this all archer? That makes it easy when they're all archers. And let's take a look at you. So that your archers didn't even play into this battle. Your archers didn't even get to play. This ended so fast. Your archers didn't even get to fight. That is pretty funny. Uh, it's probably it's. Let's see, how many did they have? Huh? Ground troops. But they did get to. So here's my thing. If I have brains, yeah, it's just all archers. What were your reigns? Ground, archers. And like yeah, the archers didn't really get to do much. The battle ended so fast. How did the battle end that fast? That's actually quite impressive. You know what it probably was is that the uh the layers and taking a look at that. Your their layers, their protective layers probably died so fast. So once they're mounted and ground layers died, there's nothing else for your archers to kill. Your archers would have to run up to their archers, and it's just so far away on the battlefield. Your archers are slow, so that's why. Uh oh, let's see. Yeah, it just shows you that true priority works perfectly. Yeah. So it doesn't. There is a true priority, right? Archers are going to want to attack mounted first. But if mounted aren't in the range, they're going to try to attack something, whatever's in range. Eventually, they're going to go after your archers. Well, what's happening? So I got this. I used to get this mixed up. I'm going to pull up. See if I can pull this drawing back up, and we'll put it back up here, and I'll erase all of this. Let me kind of show you what's going on. And I actually have something that you use that's better than this, but I'll just draw on this. Let me show you what's going on with your archers. So, usually the enemy, you're going to be fighting somewhere in the center, right here. I showed it on my video. I don't really want to do the math here, but this is where the battlefield's taking place. Most of the battle is in the middle. Eventually, as the defender, you're going to kill off their ground and mounted protective layers. And that's going to leave their arch. Actually, hold on. I might be thinking this backwards. Yes. Yeah, that's what's happening. You're going to kill off their ground and mounted layers, and it's going to just leave their archers. So what that does is it causes all of your troops to move forward, including your archers, and your archers are going to meet up with their archers. And that is why eventually you're going to start getting counterattacked on your archers. Your archers are going to suffer from counterattack damage. Now, if they were able to kill off all your mounted, now the enemy archers, they have to either attack ground They either attack ground or archers, and they're going to attack you instead. So that's why the tier 1 defense with ground is kind of risky, is because once all the mounted are dead, the archers don't want to attack ground. Like, the archers are going to attack the enemy archers. So when you're doing a tier 1 ground defense, um, that's going to be quite challenging, because once your mounted are dead, your archers are going to be exposed to an archer rally. So here's why. And I was talking about specifically tier 1 ground. I think, and here's, I wanted to make a video on this, but what is the strongest defense possible that you could have in Ebony? And I think, well, the strongest defense possible. I think this strongest defense you can have is one that's archer and ground focused. And the reason I believe that is because, at least archer. So mount. Well, let me just get to this. When it comes to, let's say you had 2 billion of every troop. Well, actually 2 billion of every mounted. And I know that sounds far fetched, but just bear with me. If you had 2 billion tier 1 ground, 2 billion tier 2 ground, 2 billion tier 3 ground, and then you start getting up to the higher tiers, and you don't have to have 2 billion of them. Let's say you have 50 million tier 14s, 50 million tier 15 ground. What that means is, especially with flat attack, your ground troops can wipe out anybody with one hit. Like, your ground troops are all going to one-shot enemy layers. So it doesn't matter that they have a low attack. You have so many troops. The troops make up for their low attack. But what they do have is super high HP and defense. So if you had a lot of buffs on HP and defense, that means that the enemy, in order to take power away from you, they have to take it away from those tier 14s or tier 15 ground troops. And they have insanely high HP, insanely high defense. And if your keep's strong enough, you'll be able to defend well against them and take out their major layers pretty quickly. Siege, I think siege is, I think you could go with any strategy. I think ground's a good strategy. The other strategy is mounted. Let's say you wanted to not ghost your top tier mounted troops. Let's say you had 15 million mounted troops, tier 14 mounted troops that you didn't want to ghost, tier 15 mounted troops you didn't want to ghost. You could go through an entire defense where it's concentrating on mounted buffs and archer debuffs, and I think that could be quite strong. But before I, say, hey, that's a really good idea, I'm going to want to do some math on it. But theoretically, if you just had really high mounted buffs and really high archer debuffs, you could do quite well as a defense as well. Siege, I just explained why you need high siege buffs. Archers, unless your siege is weak, you don't really need archer defense or archer HP. The only time archer defense and archer HP is going to help you is, yeah, you too, Ahmad. The only way that's going to help you is if the enemy kills all your mounted troops, or if the enemy kills all your siege. Then they're actually going to be attacking your archers. So that's the only time defense for archers really is appropriate. If all your caps die, then your archers are going to start getting hit. If all your siege die, then your archers are going to get hit. And what I want to do is I kind of want to figure out ways to really display an enemy's siege buffs versus your archer buffs and see when it's going to be beneficial for you. I'm all mixed, ground and siege main. Archer layer increasing. Horses are mainly tier 1 to tier 6 high number. I do think as a defense you're limited 2 billion per layer. right? So I think having low tiers is the best way to go for defense. Even if you're a K45, right? Like players think, well, you should transition from a trap into a, increasing your higher buffs, right? I think flat attack should almost always be on your defense. When it comes to HP and defense, you can make a decent argument to put that on whatever troop that you're focusing on. But even so, I think flat stats are so rare to get. Like, you can't get them through most means. They're usually just refines. So I think that, you should try to keep them as much as you can. But yeah, I'll show you my defense channel. I don't have all flats just because I run out of refinement stones. That's not mine. Let me go to my other one. I get jealous of his stuff. Let's look at my defense general, wherever the hell he might be. Oh, he's not idle. That's why. So let's just take a look at what my strategy has been. So first off, I've mounted HP and ground HP, and I have one that's a percentage. And just because it was a decent percentage, I didn't want to spend a ton of refine stones. That's the other thing you have to think about. You don't want to spend a ton of refine. And mounted HP, just because I have all those tier 1 mounted, and flat ground HP because I have all those tier 1 tier 1 ground. Also, just mounted ground HP in general, just because they're my top tier troops, trying to protect them. I'm on a 1081. So kind of just to kind of give you an idea, if I was to get a ground rally, right? Somebody is rallying me with ground, nothing else. I don't have to worry about an archer rally, just a ground rally, because a lot of times some teams only rally you with one type of troop. I would ghost my ground, and I would unghost my mounted, basically. I don't want them to kill off my ground, my top tier ground, so I'll just ghost them. Same thing. I'm at that point where I have enough. Yeah, that's why I ghost my ground. If I ghost my ground, then when they hit me with their rally, they're just gonna be fighting my mounted, and my archers are gonna just keep on hitting them until they die. This one, it's all flats, 3 mounted flats, 1 ground flat. So my HP is all mounted and ground. When it comes to attack, this right here is all flat archer with 1 flat ground. Like I said, it's attack. I have it all flats on all these enemies. And remember, I also have a lot of tier 1s. So this really strengthens up those tier 1s. But you have to think, it strengthens up every troop all the way up to tier 11. And then after that, if I get debuffed a lot, it strengthens the tier 12s more than you could with the buffs. So it's really good for those lower tier troops. And it makes them useful. If you don't have flats, it makes your lower tier troops useless. Defenses are all percentages, and that's just because I couldn't get any flats. That's the only reason why these are percentages. I just kept on going and I couldn't get any flats. And but again, defense and HP, a good argument can be made to make those percents, because your top tier troops are going to get attacked first. Notice none of these are mounted troop defense. I don't want mounted troop percent buffs. If it was a flat buff, that's fine, but yeah, I figured strengthening up my defense on the ground troops is not a bad thing. And here's mounted defense flats again, siege defense. These are just whatever I got, but you notice I don't put any archer in here. It's because the archers are generally going to be safe, and I have more flat attack, and I just happen to get a 30% on a 29.7 my range attack. And again, I don't change it. You should try to push for flats, and maybe if I had more refining stones, I'd I'd push for more flats on these gears, but that's usually my strategy. Now I have tons of battle tested. I do really well in SVS generally. So I think what you should do with at least battle tested, let's go to specialties, is try to do well in SVS. Get as many battle tested as you can. You see, I have actually quite a few battle tested. I'll put them on any general that I don't have, a good flexible specialty for. And I think that's the way to go. And these are giving you that 500 extra attack on all your troops. That is such a huge buff. That right there, like think about that. That's 500 attack on all your troops. That is 4 refines. That is 4 attack refines. You have one for ground, one for siege, one for archer, one for mounted. So you do that. You put that on your assistant general. That's so many buffs. It strengthens up the tier 1s so well. At least for attacking. If you want to send me a report, like here's the problem. I wanted to make an account where I could just have people send reports. My friend capacity is actually kind of high. But if you're already friends with me, you can send me a report. I could take a look at it. I wish I had some interesting reports to share. I just have the report that I was telling everybody about with the speed books. Let's see how many people we have 47 in here. Let me just show players, like if you've already been in here, you've probably already seen this. Let me just show you this quickly on speed books, because I think this is something that a lot of people want to see. So I have these 2 accounts right here, Protocol and my main account. Protocol's he's on vacation for a while, and he asked me to take care of his account, but he said go ahead and use it for testing. So here I am. Let's take a look at this real fast. This is and if I already showed this before, but we have quite a few people more in here, so let me demonstrate this. This is 2 attacks. One, I had no assistant general, and the other time I had Bay Bars, and Bay Bars had a mounted speed book, right? So this is without speed book. This is with speed book on the left side. And if you look at what happened with the power exchange, no difference. Whether it's without or with the speed book, the same number of troops survived. And when you look at the battle details, you could also see that the same number of troops, let's see here, on every layer. I could scroll through here and show every layer. Let me go to my defense. Sorry. I had the same number of kills, wounds, everything. It was exactly the same. And that was mounted speed book on a defense. So for the people that just joined, this is one of those tests that I did to kind of demonstrate that, even a large scale wise, these speed books don't work. Now, to kind of understand what I did here is in this test, I dismissed all my traps. You see, like, there's no traps down here. I dismissed all the traps, and I didn't have any subsidies. That way that they didn't interfere. They weren't going to interfere with the results. That's why these are exactly the same. And earlier this stream, I tested rallies and reinforcements to show that speed books don't work there either. Let's see. I'm sure you answered this in one of your earlier videos. I always wonder how defense and HP work exactly. Do they work separately or additionally? So, okay. Abjeet. Dude, I'm never gonna be able to pronounce your name right. But so yeah, I actually, in my very first video, I released how the formula works, but let me see if I could show you, and this is just in case nobody else has seen it. Um, oh, I actually wish I had something good. Let me see if I could actually. Yeah. I actually have this tablet that I could write on, and I could show you it with the tablet, but I don't have it connected, unfortunately. So I'm just going to pull up this again, and let me see if I have a picture of it. So maybe I can show right here. No, that looks terrible. Yeah, I'm just gonna type it in chat. That might be easier for everyone. Damage. Actually, I have a picture. Why am I doing that? I'll just show a picture of it. So I just need to find that picture of it. So basically, how the formula works, it's just the amount of damage you do is equal to your attack times your attack divided by attack plus defense. That's where the defense is. It all the defense does is you can look at it as an attack reduction, an attack debuff that affects flats, that affects everything. It's a flat overall flat debuff. So that's probably the best way to kind of understand it. If that makes sense. So defense tends to be better against lower tier or lower attack. So like if you watch my monster video, right? I showed that against monsters that have a ton of attack, that defense doesn't do shit against them. Like it's so minute because the attack is so high. So defense is going to do a lot better against attack that's much lower. And I wish I had the drawing. I had a nice drawing that kind of showed the formula, and I probably should share that at some point again. But all it is damage equals attack times attack divided by attack plus defense. Now, once you have that's going to tell you the attack of your individual troop, and then you multiply that towards your troops, and that's the total amount of attack after the defense debuff that you're going to do to the enemy. The defense is the enemy's defense. I should probably specify that. And then there's going to be a modifier. A nice way to think of modifiers is just if the troop is good against the other troop, like archers are good against mounted, there's going to be a 20% modifier that increases the damage mounted troops do against archers do against mounted. And actually Evany finally shared that. They actually finally shared that in the and these I'm not gonna look at siege they actually have is wrong, but let's take a look at archers, for instance. Archers, they'll say ranged troops counter mounted troops, increasing damage by 20%. And they're countered by ground troops, receiving an additional 20%. So that's you multiply that towards that formula. Okay, so let's see. Can mixed marches or thicker layers of troops, not a main march type, be a more successful or safer attack? Okay, so Carter, we did kind of talk about this earlier, but like I said, I got some more viewers, so you might have missed it. So yesterday and a few other times, I saw specifically John Wick has been a big proponent of this, and he's saying, "Hey, bigger layers are better." And I would say the size of your layers depends on what you're attacking, depends on what you're doing with them. Uh, so, for example, if it is a single keep and there are no reinforcements inside that keep, I would say smaller layers are probably better, especially if that keep is a big keep that you're going to rally and you're not going to win on that first attack. Smaller layers probably be better because the enemy probably has so thick of layers that they're going to take out whatever size layer you have in one hit anyway. So at that point, 1,000 troop layers, I think you can even get away with 500 troop, 200 troop layers on a big keep like that. Now, when it comes to a player that has a ton of reinforcements, bigger layers are probably going to be better. And I explained that. I think that's a really good explanation, and I'll explain it again. But I think a good way to look at this is, say you have a mounted march, and you send that mounted march inside of a hospital on battlefield, right? And you forgot it. You forgot you had that mounted march. Somebody scouts it, and they send an archer march, because obviously archer's going to counter that mounted. Now, if you sent that mounted march with thick archer layers and with thick ground layers, what's going to happen is you're going to win against those archers. And the reason isn't because the ground is killing the archers. What's going to happen is the ground is going to attack their ground layers. The archers are going to attack their mounted layers. And then your mounted are going to directly attack their archers. In this kind of scenario, I think ground is more useful because we just saw archers usually attack last, right? So you might be better off with, focusing more on ground than you would on archers. But the idea is your ground are taking out their protective layers. Your archers, your siege, all of those are taking out their protective layers. And when you just send mounted versus archer, mounted's going to win because mounted just has higher stats. That 20% that we just showed down here, that's great, except mounted stats are just so huge compared to archer stats. So that's when those thicker layers come in. And that's also what I think when it comes to mixed marches. Like, people say, should I do a mixed march? And I said, well, I wouldn't say necessarily, half and half archers, half ground, or something like that. I think what you should do is you might increase your ground layers from 1,000 to 10,000 or 50,000 or something like that. I think that'd help you out very well. Same thing, like, John was also talking about a thick mounted layer will help with his archer marches. And I think it's kind of the same principle. One of the other things to think about is where I'm telling everyone that speedbooks don't work, right? And if you watched the earlier part of the stream, I fumbled a little bit, but I showed a lot of tests where, one, we're showing the battlefield is only 1,500 range. You could test that with the archer tower. It's very, very easy. And siege. But without the speedbook, what are you going to do with your attacking marches, right? And my suggestion is to put a ground attack or ground HP. Ground attack will help you kill out the layers of a single march or reinforcements. It's not going to really do much against, soloing a big keep, but it will help you with reinforcing a building, stuff like that. The reason why I say attack or HP, attack is for killing layers, HP is for keeping your layers alive. If the enemy doesn't have a siege range increasing gear, their siege are going to be, their tier 11 and below are going to be attacking your ground. So think about that. If you only had 1,000 tier 14 in your layer, right? Only 1,000 of every troop. And they had 1,000 of every troop. Their tier 14 siege, their tier 12 siege are going to attack your ground. Their tier 11 siege are going to attack your ground. Their tier 10 siege are going to attack your ground. Eventually, your tier 14 is gone. And then their other siege are going to attack your ground. Those are gone. then their ground are going to attack your ground, and then all your ground layers are gone before you even get up to the enemy. Like that. That's why sometimes you'll notice that your ground troops, if you have small layers, your ground troops don't even get any kills. It's because by the time they get there, all the siege have killed them, and that's not because siege are specifically prioritize ground. They prioritize ground over mounted, and range aren't there yet, and siege aren't there yet. So if they have low range, they're going to be attacking ground first. Let's see. I hope I answered most of that as terms of the march size. So thicker layers can definitely be something that will be useful. But like I said, it's better for reinforcing buildings. It's better for attacking somebody that has a lot of layers inside of them. The other thing you could do is the other way you could look at this is if it's a small keep, you can attack with archer, but you can also throw in siege in there as well, and you'll have less wounds. What I think you should do though is if you really want to mix things up, I think it's better to mix rallies. If you mix a rally, you put siege and archer. I think that's a really good strategy because what's going to happen is eventually, let's say you're really strong and you're rallying a player. Well, what's going to happen is eventually all their siege are going to die, and then what siege you have left are going to be attacking their archers, and they might not be getting that much power anymore. So if you just attacked with archers, you're going to start attacking their mounted too. So if you don't have a lot of siege and your team is doing a siege rally, send archers as long as the enemy has mounted. If they're seeing a ground rally and you don't have any ground, send archers. It's generally going to help out your team, especially since the enemy can last minute throw in a mounted reinforcement. Let's take a look. It helps visualize it mentally. When you have 0 defense, you're multiplying your attack. Basically, you're multiplying your attack by attack. Yeah, exactly. Tuxedo. That's actually a good way to put it. And when you look at this, you can understand why defense has a specific role in all of this. Derrick, can you go over? There's a tier 11 or tier 12 siege attack strategy that can do the most damage to enemy top tier. Oh, this is moving. I lost your comment. Okay, top tier archers on the first turn. Wanted options to bypass enemy siege as possible. Nick, so let's see. If I wanted to attack archers, so here's a problem. You're not going to attack archers. You're not going to attack archers with your tier 11 and tier 12 siege. Let's take a look at this. Let's look at this battlefield again, and I'll kind of explain why. If they have siege, you're just not. It's not going to happen. But I'll show you why. And this is as the attacker, right? So you're saying tier 11. So let's say this is the defender. This is the defender. This is whatever. It doesn't matter. Say defender, attacker. Okay, so you're saying tier 11, right? What's going to happen is their siege is going to be, since they're the defender, their siege is going to be right here at 75. Their tier 1s are going to be at 75. Their archers are going to be 100. Mounted are going to be 300. And ground are going to be at 350. That's how it's going to start. Your tier 11, their maximum range is 14. So, actually, I guess you could. This is going to be kind of difficult. So, you can't use maximum range. That's what it is. So, what if it's... Great, now you're having me think. think of how this works. So let's take a look at this this up here. This is, you're saying tier 11. We don't want to hit that siege at 75. So really you'd have to use a crazy like bracer combo, or let's see, what would you basically would want to use an Echimenidae, or like an Echimenidae ring, because that's the only way you're going to hit Archer first. Otherwise, you're going to hit their low tier siege with tier 11. Now, what you could do is, if you had tier 15, if you had tier 15, yeah, you'd have to get rid of the siege. And if they had no tier 1 through tier 4, you'd attack the archers once, and then you're going to attack the siege. So it's only going to help you once. But if you had tier 15, for instance, by removing your bracer, you'll attack archers first before the enemy can do anything. Now, I don't know if that is going to come out positive at all. I really would have to look at the... I have to do the math to see how much siege buff you need to overcome somebody's archer defense and HP to see if that's actually a valid strategy. But yeah, you're not going to be able to really do a tier 11, tier 12 attack strategy to attack the enemy's archers. You can do it on the first turn, but I don't know how much damage you're going to do, because remember, siege doesn't have that much attack. You're just going to attack them once. You're better off attacking the enemy's lower tier, unless the enemy doesn't have that much lower tier. Like if they only have, with like tier 4s, right? If they only have 500,000 tier 4s, you're going to not get that much power off of them. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Let me answer another question if anybody has them. But let's see. Let's see exactly how much this would happen. So let me pull out my the simulator first. And this is really what I use the simulator for, is for questions like that. So let's pull this out again. This time we have tier 12 siege, and now we're going to change this to tier 14 archers. Now, of course, this could be different. It could be it could be tier 15, but we're going to do tier 14. And let's change these archers to 500. No, 5 million. Okay. And I think this is appropriate. I don't know what the buffs you're looking at, but this is, let's say you both got debuffed equally, right? Let's do even ground on all this, and we'll just assume that these flats are still good. So just taking a look at this part right here, we'll see that the HP and defense on archers are pretty decent. You're just gonna be fighting these tier 11 siege. So taking a look at this now, remember, this isn't how the battle would actually happen. If you were actually to stick tier 11 through tier if you're gonna stick siege against ranged, the siege are gonna hit the range so many times. But this is like they're right next to each other, and then they start attacking each other. That's what this simulator, the limitations of the simulator, does. So those 3 million tier 11 siege are going to kill 450,000 tier 14 archers. And when you look at it totally, the archers will kill all 3 million. Well, we're assuming this is one attack, right? So this is all the archers that you're going to kill in that one hit. Now, you basically let's see how much this is worth. Yeah, so when it comes to points, you lost on the points. You did not. The archers only gave you, in battlefield points, 60 million. but you're risking 250 million for this, if that makes sense. So that's one. So that's if your tier 11s died the next turn. Obviously, it's possible that your tier 11s would attack their top tier siege next. But let's change this. Let's change this from tier 14 archer to tier 4 siege. And we need more siege. Let's add another 0 to this. How much do they kill? They kill 1, 2, 4. So how much is that? 12 million? Okay, let's just do 12 million. It's a lot easier to read when I just do it with one attack. Actually, you know what? It might be better to do it this way. We'll do it where they all die at once. Okay. So let's say your tier 11 attacked just tier 4. You're 3 million. You just sent 3 million tier 11. They attacked the enemy's tier 4. And then they died the next turn. No other troops were killed. No top tier troops were killed. Just these tier 4s. Theoretically. With these buffs being equal buffs, it appears that I need to remember which one these points are for, but it's more equal at that point. Yeah, I know. I really need to go back to the simulator and adjust it, because you have to think, like, I made this when I first figured out the formula, and since then, we have the speed and range mechanics, and some other formulas. Like now I could add traps and stuff like that, and I could take a look at it. But you kind of have to understand, what you're killing, what's going to be worth more points. But I'm actually hoping that at some point I can make that simulator take in functions like you put in your range, you put in your speed book, you put in your whatever gear you have, and it will line things up a little bit better. And some people are way better at Excel than I am. I'm literally just doing this because it's the easiest way for me to simulate those battles. And figure out how many points different things are worth. With tier 11 siege so far, defensively they will attack archers first. So that's something else to kind of think of when you are doing a rally against a keep. And I don't know how big, people are different sizes, but you are rallying against a keep and they have a lot of tier 11 and tier 12 siege. If let's say you didn't do a siege rally, you're just doing your archer rally. Those tier 11s and tier 12s, they're going to directly attack the strongest archers in that rally. So, sometimes I see players, they'll send 1 million tier 15 archers, and those archers don't touch anything. That's because they just died to the siege. You'd be better off sending a smaller tier 15 layer. Like, I actually think if you have tier 15s, you might be better off, at least with archers, sending a small layer of tier 15s and just focus on your more of your middle tier, like tier 12 and tier 13. It really depends on the situation, but using siege against archers, that's something that I'm going to have to take a look at. What you can think of, if I was to do this entire test again, like we did it with tier 11, tier 12 siege, but what I should try is do it with tier 14 siege. Without layers, your tier 14 siege will have 4 free hits. So that's 4 free hits. Sorry, let me bring that back. If the enemy doesn't have siege, your tier 14, tier 13 siege will get 4 free hits before the enemy ground and mounted get to you. And that's assuming that you have no layers. That's no protective layers. That is, they will get a minimum of 4 free hits. So if those 4 free hits give you enough power to, killing those archers to make up for it, then I think that's killing the archers might be the way to go. Assuming both sides have max siege range. So both sides, if both sides have 1400, your siege are going to attack the enemy siege first. Because, yes, your range is 1400, but your speed is 75. So your effective range is 1475. Which means that anything on the enemy side that moves up 25 units, whatever, meters, whatever, if they move up 25 units, your siege are now in range of them, and they may or may not move up. So your siege is going to attack the enemy siege first, because the enemy's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, they're all going to move up 75 units. And your siege will attack them. So you'll have to lower your siege from 1400 in order to attack the archers. And I wouldn't say it's the wisest or best strategy. Let's see, let me look at it if you didn't have any range. Yeah. So if you didn't have any, yeah, I don't see that happening. The only way to attack archers on the first turn successfully would be doing something crazy with your gear, which I don't recommend. I don't think it's going to be beneficial. Or you could do something like with tier 9s. Tier 9s will attack the siege for a little bit if you do like a weird tier 9 rally, but I'd have to figure out exactly how many turns they're going to get into it. Yeah, tier 9, tier 10. They're going to attack ground first. Just so you know, if you do tier 9, tier 10, whether it's a defense or an attack, even with maximum range, they're going to attack ground first. We could verify that looking up again at this graph. That tier 9, tier 10, the maximum range they have is 1285. That is a bracer. That is a level 4 book. It's 1285. 1285 is not going to attack archers on the first turn. Archers are only going to move 100. So there's going to be quite a big gap between them still. So what archers move 100, that's 1385, 15. So that's 115 units on the first turn between the archers, the enemy archers, and your tier 9 siege. So that means you're not the tier 9 siege, tier 10 siege, you're not in range of siege. They're not in range of archers. So then they just have mounted and ground. So they're going to attack ground because they prefer to attack ground over mounted. But after that initial turn, they're more likely going to focus mostly on archers. The thing is, I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if that's a good strategy or not, but that's just how they work. What would be the best troop composition for K33 to get wings? So being K33, you just unlocked your Akamende gear, which means that you could actually start making a decent defense. Get some good debuffs. It really depends on what kind of player you are. One, are you trying to go for a defense? Because a lot of times when you're brand new K33, you're probably still just focused on attack. Like, well, when I got my wings, I didn't have I wasn't defense focused. I actually was focused more on. I just would stalk people in the server and attack them. What you can do now is just get a bunch of good debuffs, raise up your reinforcement capacity, have all your allies put reins inside of you, and I guarantee you some player's going to hit you thinking that you're going to be easy target. As long as the reins are good reins, and you only take one hit, you generally should do quite well, as long as you're not going against anybody terribly too strong. Actually, what I can tell you guys is a glitch I used to use all the time during server war, and it was pretty destructive against the enemy, especially when I was trying to do really well in SBS. So, actually, this glitch is something that Red Evney talked about in one of his videos, and he said he encountered a player, and this player had learned this glitch. I'm pretty sure this player learned the glitch from me because I don't think anybody knew it, and I figured it out. So, as you probably already saw, I have quite a few alts, right? Now, one way to control all the alts is through basically it's just I control one and it mirrors it on all the other ones. And what I found when I did this is I went to change the names, and I changed the names, and eight or nine of like five or six of them, seven of them changed to the same exact name. They had the same exact name because I did it at the exact time. I sent that information to the server at the same time. So if you have two phones, and you changed your name at the exact same time, both of you would now have the same exact name. And I just thought that was kind of funny. Hey, look at this. I have all these keeps with the same exact name. I didn't think anything of it until I realized that when you did an arrest warrant on one, it would send you to whichever was the oldest one, whichever had the oldest number, like player number, right? Hi, Sonny. So what you could do is what I did is I had a alt. Somebody gave me an alt keep on a different server, and I changed my name and that alt keep at the same time. So anytime somebody tried to arrest warrant me, it'd take them to the other alt that was on a completely different server, and it was pissing them off every time they try to find me. I'm on the enemy server. I'm just attacking people. They have no idea where I am. I'm a ghost, and arrest warrants just did not work on me, which is like, okay, that's great. Now, there's other glitches associated with this that I was going to explore. It does seem like it messes up some rallies. It messes up mail that you get. But it seems like Evney fixed the arrest warrant. Enough players were grieved and they complained about the arrest warrant glitch. And also, I told some players, and some other players abused it. Yeah, I showed Mr. Yours. I told Mr. Yours, hey, arrest warrant me. And it took him to a completely different server. Right, and all that was, and it was just easy. It takes a few tries, but you have to change your names at exactly the same time. So everybody here is privy to that information. Let me answer some of the questions. So look, why not? Like when you want to get your wings, you're gonna have to stalk the enemy. And you're gonna have to be able to ghost really well, or you're gonna have to take a break and go for a defense. But I don't know how new your server is. I don't know how high points you're competing with, but yeah, you're gonna have to go hit tiles, hit other players. It's a lot of stalking and going over there, ghosting and stuff like that. Do you have any? It's a lot of mind games. SBS is a lot of mind games, right? You have to make them think that you're weak, or stuff like that. Do you have any tips for us understanding the rally mechanics and move order and rallies, Nick? Move order is something it's a pattern. I haven't figured out how to successfully describe that pattern. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to come up. I'm going to be like, hey, here's the pattern, guys. Here's the pattern of what troop attacks in the rally, in what order, or just in a solo attack. And it's probably not going to be that useful because it might literally have to be something that you have to sit down, say, okay, if I join the rally 4th and I have this many troops and the enemy has this many troops, my tier 5 are going to attack at this point. I'm afraid it might not be as useful as you'd want it to be, but right now I can tell you that the order changes if there's more than 16 troops. That's defender and attacker, which that's very easy to get. You get 16 troops in one march because of all your layers. 16 layers, that's what I'm saying. Not 16 troops, but 16 layers. So if you had 4 layers of mounted, 4 layers of ground, 4 layers of archers, 4 layers of siege, that's 16 layers. After that, it's going to be an order, a pattern that seems random, and I don't know how to help people with that yet. That's something I need to test. I've been too busy trying to prove speed books and these ranges. Let's go with Chai. That is such an interesting strategy topic, which always breaks into the fight. Do you think K42 is better than tier 15? Yes. So when it comes to tier 15, really what you're gonna have to decide if you're up to that level, if you're K40 something, look at how many scrolls you have. If you have a ton of scrolls, you're better off going K42 for the extra buffs with the military academy. If you don't have a lot of scrolls and you're not going to be able to utilize the military academy, like you don't have a lot of, then you might want to get your tier 15s instead. Honestly, I think once you get your tier 15s, unless you're a ginormous player, you're probably just going to be using tier 15s as a layer to protect your tier 14s. Unless it's ground. Ground tier 15s probably dominate. I'm thinking like archers though. If matching tier, it's bottom up. If any side with extra tier, they get random order. Less tier side is a bottom up. Yeah, successfully confused me. The thing is, now that I've done these tests, I haven't recorded. My fear was that Ebony would take off the speed books. Like I would not fix the speed books, and then I'd test them and they'd work, and then I'd look like an idiot. But I'm glad that I was able to test them earlier today and kind of show that the speed books still don't work. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually bad at events. Like that's something that I'm not good at. Like I tell people like, sure, I can do the mechanics, but when it comes to events, when it comes to all that kind of stuff, you need someone like Genghis to watch. I mean, I know a lot of people shit on Genghis, but to be honest, like he is pretty fast and up to date on events, and sometimes it's useful information. And I have no problem with him. I know, yeah, some of his stuff might not always be useful, but when it comes to events, I'm not the event guy. I don't know the best rewards. I don't know the best way to spend your money, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know anything about pink gems, other than, I take that back. When you use Aptoid, usually a lot of players just use Aptoid to buy a bunch of pink gems, and they go into their main account. Sonny, I'm planning on trying to stream a little bit more. What I want to do next, because the whole point of the stream was before a lot of people came in here. I was doing a test on the speed books, and I'm just going to use the recording to make a video and basically say, here's all the tests, not all of them, but here's several tests that you can look at and you can say, okay, yeah, speed books don't work, but also that the battlefield size is 1500, that siege ranges are the ranges I shared. Like, it was basically the test. I usually in my videos I tell people how things work. I don't normally say how I tested it. And I thought, diving into the game files and showing people what the game files say, I thought that was going to be proof enough. But there's still a lot of, specifically, I'll tell you, it's really just like some players in RSP, some like Oz, and some players that work with him, and Viper. Viper talked shit in some of his videos and about me, and he's like, if he specifically said, if you think if somebody tells you speed books don't work, they don't know what they're talking about, right? And I'm like, okay, obviously Viper doesn't know what he's talking about. So it's like some of these players, I think it's just you really need to show actual proof, but you also have to explain what the test is. If I just showed a test, and showed the speed books, people wouldn't know what's going on. But you have to show this is the battlefield range. This is how you can prove that mounted speed is definitely 300, as the game files show, not what the actual. Let me go back in here. Sorry, my game kind of froze. I don't know if you guys know this. I have this actual game that you see here is on a different computer. I'm capture carding it and sending it to another computer. That way I could actually do a stream with 12 accounts running. But yeah, I was going to say is I was going to stream again, and what I wanted is I was going to tell everybody, save up some battle reports that you think are interesting. And I prefer smaller rallies because, or no rallies. Solos are great because it's a lot easier to determine what's going on. Rallies get kind of crazy, but if you find a battle report that you're like, hey, what happened here? Why did I lose? Or how did I do so well? Or, what's going on? I'll make an account where everyone can add them as a friend. I'll just keep on adding friends. You send me the battle reports, and I can take a look at them. I appreciate that, Carter. And a lot of people do. Like I get a lot. I mean, I show the numbers on all of this stuff, and I mean, let's be honest. Like, I'm actually quite proud of some of the achievements I made, like the formula and the monster simulator and stuff like that. Like, it's really accurate. It shows like this is exactly how it's working, and it's actual numbers. It's not just, hey guys, trust me, bro. They're this. This is what happens, but I don't know. No, you can. Everything's repeatable with this. Uh, Sonny, like if you, I don't know if you saw the beginning of the stream, but if you go back, fast forward through me fumbling through half these tests, but you could see that some of these tests, like, the speed books just didn't seem like they did anything. Yeah, the pro buff. So here's something interesting. I found that a long time ago, right? Uh, I was in this. I'm in this Discord. It's about Ebony mechanics, and I came in, and I thought, it was great. I figured out the defense formula, the actual attacking formula. I was like, hey guys, this is how this works, and we thought, oh, once we know this, everything's gonna make sense. But then the siege and range didn't make sense, right? The A lot of other things like troop priorities, all these other things, didn't quite add up. Uh, and started looking at the game files and try to get people to decode these proto stuff. Now, some these proto buffs, and I'm going to tell you guys this right now. I'm not a computer science guy. I don't know. I'm not programmer. I don't know anything about. I'm very limited on my knowledge on coding. Okay, my background is nuclear engineering. It is not coding at all. So when I do this stuff, I have to not only look and find this stuff, I have to teach myself how to find these things. But we were actually able to get one of the files schema, and if you don't know what this is, it basically is. We have this information, the schema decodes it into something that we can read it and know what each number is for. So when I did that protobuf video, the decoding Ebony, It's actually telling you that's attack, that's defense. So we were actually able to get that for troops. We actually have the schema for that. Everything in that file is exactly what Ebony said it was. That's why which is great because some of those we didn't know what the hell that was. Like when I found those numbers, I could tell you like, okay, which is speed, which is range, which is like how much it heals, the power, all this. You can figure that out. But there are the ones that are the troop modifier against monsters, troop modifier against bosses. There's no way to figure that out without knowing the protobuff and the schema. So, what I'd like to do is find more, figure out the rest of the schemas because there's a lot more information inside those files that are difficult to read. Like the skill books, for instance. The skill books, at least for Archer and Siege, literally tell you what they give you. Siege gives you 5, 10, 15, 20, not 50, whatever. That's out by 0, and Archer gives you 5 less for each book. So those are actually in the game. You could get those. If the schema, you could read all that stuff. The schema will tell you so much information. And it's like little things that people don't even think about, like blazons, for instance, right? Blazons give you, you can see where it says, 0.6, right? But it really is like 0.62%. It doesn't show you that last 2%. And for a typical player, this is not important. For me, when I'm trying to determine the exact number of troops that die, the exact number of troops that, when I'm doing the math, those fractions add up for me. Tech file is too big to load online. You have to code your own decoder. Yes, some of these are too big to decode using the method I showed. Especially the monster file gets very difficult to decode. Usually I have to spend a lot of time trying to decode that one. And I end up having somebody basically make a code to decode it for me because it was just taking me too long. Sometimes it's easier just to get somebody else to do it for you. But once we have the schemas, we can decode the rest of them. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of useful information in there. And probably a lot of information in there that we were like, oh, hey, that's a lie. There's probably more lies in there. And in my monster simulator video, I discussed a lot about how the Alliance boss modifier didn't work. And I found out from everybody testing it, it's just the level 3 boss. And what Ebony did, and I think this is what they did, ever since my video, that level 3 Alliance boss hasn't had the 20% modifiers on it. It always is 100% something. It is never the 20% modifier that say don't work. Level 1, level 2 seems like they work. Level 3 doesn't. And it's just kind of funny because I honestly think that Ebony, once they figured, oh, wait, this doesn't work, we're just going to say 100% from now on because I don't know what actually determines when it's 100 and when it's 20. Because they probably found out that the 20% wasn't working. Instead of fixing it, they just said 100%. Hi, Derrick. Anonymous. Hi, Derrick. Obviously, now the new solo attacking meta for medium big keeps is sending a big siege march and trying to get the better on the power exchange. Is there any defensive troop player we need to okay. Anonymous, if you could I don't know what a medium big keep is, because in my server I'm probably a medium to big keep, but I'm actually a small one in the grand scheme of stuff. When people use big siege, I saw Genghis make a video about tier 13 siege, and a big reason why you want to use tier 13 siege is specifically because that gives you the tier 14 and tier 15 if you have it as a protective layer, but also it's gonna help take out that archer tower, because the first priority for siege is the archer tower. And that means that if you sent tier 14 and tier 13 at an enemy, one of your siege, it depends on the troop order that's going to happen, but one of them is going to attack the archer tower, get 0 kills on the first turn. and then the other one's actually going to attack your upper tier siege. For protection against them, the truth is, if you have a lot of siege, you can try to just outbuff them. If you can't outbuff them, try not to make too much of your top tier siege. You know, and honestly, this is going to be kind of difficult because even if you had just one rain, it could help you against this stuff. Because what would happen is that rain, if that rain had tier 14 siege or tier 15 siege, that solo attack would attack them first if their buffs are higher than yours. In terms of siege, the only thing that you can do defensively to counter siege is not have siege. That's one way. You can ghost your siege, have extremely high siege buffs and debuffs, and that way your siege just overpower them even with counterattack. Or with rains. And when I say with rains, what you need to do is if your allies give you, they can do two things with rains. They can either give you a bunch of layers. So let's say they all give you 1,000 layer of tier 14, tier 13, and tier 15, whatever. As long as you ghost your tier 14s, and that's it, the enemy's going to attack the your allies. They're going to attack those siege first. Because they're probably going to have a higher attack. So they're going to be a higher troop priority, and it's going to save your troops. The other option is to have yourself reinforced with siege, and that is the other way. If your siege are comparable to the enemy siege, that might be another way. But I think, honestly, when it comes to big players, trying to outbuff big players without spending a lot of money is going to be difficult. So there's nothing you can do with your troop composition, right? Like, you could have 100 million of every tier troop. The enemy siege is still going to have 4 turns to attack your siege before your other troops can get to it. That's just the truth in the matter. So if they have 4 turns before ground and mounted can even get to them, you're going to have to do something to tank 4 turns of siege. Yeah, Tuxedo. So one of the issues I have with these simulators is I don't know how Ebony rounds. I don't know if they round like for example, if a troop has, if you attack a troop and you took away 50% of its HP in the next battle, does it have 50% HP, or is it 100% again? I think it's 50%. It makes more sense to me. Otherwise, some battles would never end. You'd have, if you took one ground troop versus one ground troop, they could never kill each other, and the battle would last forever. So I would think that they would have to take account, stuff like that. But rounding in general is one of those difficult things when you're trying to figure out the exact numbers. Let's see, 50 million tier 1. Okay, do you think that tier 1 traps is going to work well on defense with high level siege? Are you asking, you have high level siege and you want tier 1s to defend against them, or are you saying are tier 1s going to defend against high level siege? Because I'm reading that as you have high level siege, and you're asking, do you think tier 1 trap is still going to work with them? Yeah, so when I said about the siege reinforcements, it's going to be if you outbuff the enemy. So if you have good siege debuffs, if you have good siege buffs, your allies have good siege buffs, if they're reinforcing you with siege. Otherwise, they could just reinforce you with layers, and like small layers, like 1,000 layers, and you can try to ghost your top tier siege, and that would help you survive several turns. how important is Archer Tower buffs? You can think of Archer Tower as just like a permanent trap. The whole, to me, the best thing that the Archer Tower does for you is help take out layers. And they specifically target mounted first. So as long as the enemy has a lot of doesn't have really thick mounted layers, the Archer Tower will help you kill off those mounted layers, which will make it so that your archers can attack whatever the main troop is. So if the main troop, if they sent ground at you, the Archer Tower helps kill off a few layers, and it could be quite useful. In my trap video, and I probably should discuss this. I made a video discussing trap mechanics. The important thing to know about traps are they're expensive. They're probably not going to be. I wouldn't say invest too much into them if you're still building your keep. And the only time you should really invest into them, if at any time, is during All Stars or Challenge. And the whole point of them is just to take out layers, just like the Archer Tower. It's just to kill off the enemy layers, so that your archers or whatever you are, if you're a big, let's say you have a lot of siege, for instance, you might want to have traps for your siege. That way, your siege can actually attack main troops of the enemy, and that's like the benefit of the Archer Tower. I I don't know in the grand scheme of things how much it's going to affect the battle, though. It's kind of difficult when there's a lot of troops in the battle. Especially, it's only probably going to take out 2 or 3 layers. The Archer Tower specifically. I don't know. When it comes to HP and defense, I don't think HP buffs does anything for wall or Archer Tower. I don't think that those are beneficial at all. Uh, let's see. Something funny before I go. I tried to send one tier 1 ground to my main, and my Archer HP dropped 50% defense and 1. Oh, Archer refines. Archer Tower. Um, yeah, Archer Tower. The HP of it doesn't really make sense to me. Like the whole Archer Tower. You could destroy the Archer Tower. It's still going to get kills. I'm not sure exactly all the mechanics on the Archer Tower. That is one of those weird things about the game. Like I don't know the exact mechanics of the Archer Tower and the wall. They're kind of difficult because they're very different. Uh, I can tell you that if the enemy doesn't have an Archer Tower, and you sent, let's say, 1,000 tier 1s at them, you'd lose the battle, but you won't lose any troops. It'll just say battle lost. You couldn't break through the wall. So the wall, the only purpose I could see the wall having is the enemy has to break through the wall in order to win. Within 100 turns, it's 100 turns. Each battle it takes up to 100 turns. After 100 turns, the battle is over. Um, yeah, but the Archer Tower is kind of weird. It's not. It doesn't act exactly as you would think, and that just might be something I have to do more testing on. Let's know. So K31 here. I want to ask you a question. I want to know your opinion, get some advice. What to do in Battlefield when you face level 35 and up to 39. So as a K31, don't bother with defense. Wait until you're K33. Focus on K33. Because once you get to K33, you get Ecomenidae gear and you have debuffs. You're not going to be able to defend without debuffs. So it's K31. You just need to be able to ghost. Archers are going to be your friend, so have a good archer march. Maybe 1 or 2 archer marches. That way you can join rallies. And it's going to be easier for you just to focus on that. You're not going to be useful until K33. Okay, I tried I saw a lot of players using mounted troops with Napoleon Prime to 0, 3 billion, 4 billion power keeps. So that kind of layering can help me defend against mounted troop archers efficiently. um, yeah, sorry, Wolf Attack. Like you K33 up until K33, it's just you're not going to be very useful. And honestly, K33 is not going to be difficult. It might seem like it now, but just joining rallies and getting resources and being efficient. Don't build too many troops until you get there, and by then you should be able to be pretty decently strong in an archer, and you might be able to start making a defense. Uh, honestly, I don't have problems with mounted attacks very often, but mounted rallies, I hear some people have a lot of trouble with them. Maybe it's just my buffs are decent against mounted. I don't know. Um, the whole idea from like in the grand scheme of things, the idea is when you're attacking somebody, you go after their siege first. I think I had I might actually have a report of this that I could share from quite recently. Actually, get back into the game and stop talking to everybody. Um, why does this always happen? Uh BlueStacks. You can never see your saved reports. Do you have any of these? Actually, these are kind of fun. So there's a player. Yeah, this happened. So this player during last SVS, he just came over, and then he just like sat in our server, and he's like, and I think he just fell asleep, or he just thought he was too big for us to take out. So I noticed, I noticed it. I was like, wait, this guy, um, only had he didn't have his subsidies attached. He attacked me and he killed his subsidies, so he only had one subsidy left alive. So I told everybody in my alliance, I was like, "Hey guys, this guy only has one subsidy," and so what we did then on is we basically did siege attacks on him. Take out basically take out his siege. And once we were able to take out his siege, you just keep doing siege attacks, then archer attacks, and then you just focus on whatever it is to take out the rest of his troops. But one thing that was kind of funny about this guy is he had I think it was like 90 billion resources open. So he was nice enough to donate that to everybody in my alliance. Let's see. I can't stand against Cav rallies and All Stars. Uh, Honestly, it was kind of funny because it seemed like he just came over and he was like, "Oh, I'm too big for anybody to attack me." But when he attacked me and he killed all of his subsidies, he just didn't realize it apparently, and we were able to zero him and get quite a bit of resources out of him. I kind of I almost felt bad for him, but yeah, we only had a few players. Actually, we had more than a few players. Oh, this was Siege. That's what it was. Yeah. So we were still taking him out with Siege. Yeah, don't fall asleep on the enemy server. Don't do that. But I'm gonna probably go here soon. I was gonna see if anybody had any other questions I can do, and later on, I could probably try to look at some battle reports, talk about what happened. I could do that with mine. But I don't have any battle reports that I thought are crazy. Uh, interesting at the moment. Yeah, look. It's funny. What it is I think what turns people off is how confident I am in my videos about certain things. Like a lot of a lot of people, it's because I'm like, hey, this is how it works, and people are like, well, you can't know that. Nobody knows how the game works. You can't be so confident. And it's because I did a lot of this testing, right? I did all these testing. I did the math, and it was consistent. And once it's consistent, once the math adds up, and I feel like I've tested every variable, that's when I sound really confident because it's gonna be very difficult to, it's just gonna be very difficult to counter that with uh, what people think. Just because their favorite, all star guy says the game works like that way, it doesn't always mean it does. Like you could do well without knowing how the game works. Like you think about it with any game, right? If you play any mainstream game ever, like I'm sure most players that played like Pokemon, for instance, right? They didn't know the formulas. They just know, hey, fire hurts grass, right? You don't need to know the actual mechanics, and you can make up stuff to make things work for you. Um, work on a data viewer in my spare time, but I don't want to go through it and manually map all the field names. Yeah, that I manually mapped all the names in my monster Excel spreadsheet. It was pretty crazy. The one thing that I probably could mention is what I want to do is I have a programming friend, and see, this is beyond my ability or beyond my skills currently, but I want it where someone can send a battle report or look at a battle report, use this program, and this program will just copy what the battle report says and make it readable, so that when people show battle reports in Discord, what they're doing is they just take screenshot, and it's just the most difficult thing to read. It's just easier if there's a better way to share battle reports. Uh, let's look at this. Uh, our team throws out 60, 70 million rallies consistently, and from the competitive side of things, I see the knowledge I provide in every report. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like if you're throwing these rallies, you'll see. Even though there's no way nobody's gonna sit down and say, okay, we have 10 men join this rally. This is his buffs. This is his buffs. They're gonna do this much damage. They're not gonna calculate stuff out, but it's really just giving you that fundamental knowledge to figure out what's going to happen. Yeah, and honestly, guys, if you have requests on different mechanics, like I said, right now after making this next video, that's basically going to show the tests I did in this. It's going to show briefly, hey, these are the tests I did. You can find them at these timestamps on the stream, but this is just to put the nail in the coffin on troop buffs, like speed buffs and stuff like that. That was I just want to say, hey, these are the tests I've done. It's not just small tests. I've shown big tests. I've done solos, and it just, I don't know. It's just kind of aggravating. You see players say, yeah, but they work only in rallies, or they only work against a certain type of troop and stuff like that. I'm like, I get why players see that. And you can see things when variables change on you, but they don't work. And I wanted to just put that out there. The next thing I want to focus on is either what the order is that the troops attack in, and when I say that, I know like ground has the fastest speed, they're going to go first, but like which tier of ground is going to attack first, and it's not always consistent. So knowing that pattern is one, and subsidy troops I think would be a fun one as well, because all my tests don't deal with subsidy troops because I don't know how they're going to impact the battle. Uh, And I try not to disrespect others, right? Like, there are a lot of players in this game that have more experience than me. They're going to be better, more skilled in terms of actual gameplay. Like, they're going to be faster. They're going to be able to do more mind games. They're going to be able to look at somebody and know what appropriate, how strong they are. They're going to be able to gauge them a little bit faster. That's something that I think is experience. My only claim is, this is just the mechanics, and it really does help you understand things really well. It's just, I think these experienced players, some of them don't like the fact that a smaller player, someone that hasn't been in the game as much, someone that hasn't spent as much money, is saying that they know more about the game than them. And it's just, I know more about the mechanics than the majority of these players. It's not. That's just my thing. I'm not saying I'm a better player. I think a lot of Evney isn't just spending money, isn't just getting big. It's also the social aspect of bringing people together and making a team. There's a lot to it. It's not just the mechanics. I think mechanics are just one interesting small part that's been hidden for so long. Like, I joined the game, uh, and a lot of this stuff was just mystery, and it bothered me. You know what? In terms of defending against mounted attack, uh, I probably should have mentioned this. If you have mounted troops do well against a mounted attack, generally speaking, because your mounted troops are going to attack their mounted pretty hard too, and they're also going to keep them at bay so that your archers can do more damage. So if they've already killed your mounted troops, that might be why you're having some trouble with mounted attacks. You know the naysayers. It's funny because when I go in these discords, I'm like, man, it's like a Call of Duty lobby. It's very like it's illogical, and it's difficult to grasp because it's like you're trying to convince like flat earthers that the Earth is round, and you're like you're trying to get down to their level. I'm like, hey, just tell me what you guys want me to test. Tell me what you want to know, and I even tell them prove me wrong on something. I want to be proven wrong. I've been wrong before. Like, I haven't been right about everything. Like I said, I've been wrong about a few things. Like, I thought ground troops started ahead of mounted troops, and it's because those were the numbers that Evany gave me. I've been wrong on small number stuff, but small inaccuracies. But for the most part, like, generally I try to put out very correct information. And I want to be able to look at my videos from a year from now and still agree with them. So you have a report with no rains of further proof of your troop priority. Yeah, they didn't go. Yeah, it's crazy. So here's something that happened to me in a battlefield one time. I wish I saved the report. I attacked a player with my calves, and it was just tier one calves because I didn't have any more troops left. So I was just attacking players with tier one calves, just get just to get some positive points. And this player, they only had archers and siege. And when I looked at the report, my tier one, my calves were attacking their archers for a few rounds, and then they ran past the archers and started attacking the siege and killed off all the siege. And that was the point when I realized, wait, your troops can run past other troops. There's this crazy battle report in Discord where ground ran past this player's tier one wall, tier one cav wall, ran past it, killed all the archers in siege, and then the tier one cav wall killed the rest of the ground. So that is something that what's causing it is troops get staggered. Excuse me, and the ground eventually can pass the mounted and kill off the archers. It's something that doesn't happen very often, but if it does, it pretty much destroys you. Yeah. One question about monster defense debuff help players to kill high level monsters with low no or troops. Not make any big difference in wounds. So adding extra HP will reduce. Okay, so monster debuff from that video, monster debuff just allows you to kill the monster quicker, and it can reduce your wounds if you're getting hit by the monster more than once. So if you can kill the monster in 3 hits, and you get the monster debuff, and now you can kill the monster in 2 hits, you lose less troops. If you're gonna lose troops regardless, HP works. Defense mounted troop, or like defense against monster, is the most useless skill book, is the most useless everything. So I used to think like, oh hey, that's a lot of defense against a monster. And like I said, showed you in my video, you could add 3,000 defense on your troops. It's not going to help you with the monster. It'll save you 1 troop of wounds. So you can look at that as useless. The only time that it's actually useful is against monsters that are generally smaller. So at that point, it's not going to be useful at all. Oh yeah, counterattack damage was another one that so counterattack. I figured out attack, defense, how all that works, right? Attack times attack divided by attack plus defense, right? So now, and the way I figured that out was I was using a brand new account, so all the numbers were easier to math on, and it was Siege. Siege was actually what figured it out for me, because Siege was only off by 0.5. And then I figured, wait, all these troops have troop modifiers. And I didn't realize that troop modifiers were different at some of the higher tiers. But I remember I was talking to this other player named Crawl. Crawl was kind of active in the mechanics Discord. And I was like, hey, Crawl, this is kind of weird. So using this formula, I can kill this layer, and this layer will die with this many troops. But if I add one single extra troop, just one extra troop, then I get a ton of wounds. And I couldn't figure out why one extra troop would cause 100 or 1,000 extra wounds. It just didn't make sense to me. And we discussed it, and together we figured out, hey, the wounds that you're getting looks like it's coming from the number of troops that you're killing. And then when we did the math, that was absolutely true. So the whole counterattack thing, I thought that was one of the biggest reveals on the mechanics, because again, I remember at this time players were thinking, hey, my tier 1s must attack their tier 1s, and tier 2s must attack their tier 2s, and that's why my tier 1s are getting wounds, and that's why their tier 2s are getting wounds. Or they might think, this tier attacks all the tiers, and it was just a lot of theories, and that's the best we could do, because Ebony didn't tell us what happened. But then when it really was all your troops attack that top tier, and really it might not be the top tier, it might be the one with the highest attack if it's a rally, but we'll say top tier, and whatever wounds they have, let's say your tier 1s kill 1,000 tier 14s, those 1,000 tier 14s are going to kill your tier 1s, unless you wipe out that layer. And that was, I think even today, a lot of players struggle with how counterattack works, because it's not quite intuitive. So without, if you take out a layer, you don't lose your troops, and that way, sometimes that might be the strategy you need to go with to avoid counterattacks. How to layer attacking march. Sonny, I did cover that earlier. Basically, it depends on what you're attacking. Are you attacking a keep? Are you joining a rally? Are you reinforcing? Right now, I'll tell you personally, my strategy, and this isn't going to, like I said, no best strategy fits all. I have a lot of flat attack on my generals. Even my attacking generals. I want to say I prioritize flat attack, but let's just take a look at one of my generals, right? I'll take a look at my Tamaris. I'll just show you. here, and we're gonna look at just the attack. So right here, I have one flat attack. On this one, I have all flat attack. And just because all the gold ones happen to be flat, and because I just got a lot of gold flat attacks, what I try to do is with my layering, I try to put more lower layers in as well. Uh, One, they're not worth as many points. So when you're throwing these rallies at somebody that you know you're going to lose, but now you're not losing as many points. The other thing is it allows my lower layers, my tier 3s, tier 2s, tier 4s, tier 5s to actually do some damage. And it also allows them to take out layers. So when the enemy has 3 people reinforcing them, now my tier 6s can take out a layer of mounted of the enemy reinforcements. And that's why I think that when there's an argument to be made between flats and buffs on attack, it's an easy argument to make both ways. So when it comes to attacking, though, I think you should have thicker layers all the way down just to help you take out layers. Like you could just have, let's say, 1,000 of every troop and then put everything in your tier 12 archers. Sure, that would be useful against a specific kind of scenario, but in real life, we only have so many presets, so you want to make a preset that's good for everything. That's the only reason why ground solo's better against. So, ground solo does better against tier 1 mounted trap keep. So, that sometimes. It depends on how many tier 1 mounted they have, and it depends on how much they invest in their flat attack. If they have a lot of mounted, tier 1 mounted, and a really high flat attack, they could still do pretty well against ground solos. The problem is if they don't have that much flat attack, the ground solo could just run right over them, or like I said previously, they could possibly bypass the tier 1 mounted at some point and take out the archers, but it's very infrequent. I tested adding extra HP monster, but my attack buff decreased, so the ones increased. A lot of players, a lot of players. I remember it's like, oh, how many troops do I need to kill this B12 or this B13 or this B14? How many troops do I need to kill this Ymir for? And it of course matters on your buffs and it matters on your debuffs. And unfortunately, you can't even get the straight answer out of Evny what your debuffs and buffs are. And that's why I had to make the calculator on what your exact attack is and stuff like that. So then you can figure out how close you are, what you need to add, and also just to explain how important monster debuff is. Monster debuff, when it comes to killing monsters, is extremely important to most of the common boss monsters. It's not going to help you with, the Alliance boss. It's not going to, because the Alliance boss doesn't have defense. It's not going to really help you with the World boss. But if you want to kill bigger monsters, monster debuff is the way to go. And I think that's what, in terms of common sense knowledge, I think that's what my simulator highlighted the most. And also allows people to test, like, should I go this route or a different route when it comes to killing monsters. I think PvE players enjoy that, and also people that do a lot of botting and farming. And you know what? The first video I think explained the monster mechanics, but I made another video because I updated the simulator because I know a lot of people were having trouble with it. Because, the user interface, that's not my specialty. I also wanted to explain how it works. And so players wouldn't be so confused about it. Because really, my monster simulator had way too much information in it. People don't need to know the boxes, like the HP. They don't need to know that. They don't need to know it for every common monster. Like, that stuff's kind of useless information, but I kept it in there because it might be useful to somebody. somebody else that wants to test something, this might be useful information for them. So I kept it in there, and who knows, somebody else might figure out what a different value is. Like right now, the monster, those values in the monster Excel sheet, I didn't have the schema for it, so I did not decode that like I decoded the troops files decoded. That was me literally going through every single number and saying, "Oh, this is the stamina. This is their power. This is how much points they're worth in SVS." Like going through each individual one, and a lot of those values I don't know what they're for. That'd be kind of cool to see what the schema says, because maybe it'll give us some extra information. Uh, so I have a personal Discord. Um, I don't know, is the Medic Kings Discord? So the one that I use, the um, Derrick Defies, I had it made because honestly it was really difficult to keep track of a lot of the questions, because a lot of people ask questions. Sometimes I don't get back to them for a couple weeks because I'm doing testing, or I'm busy with life, and I get a lot of these messages. So I was hoping if I could just put all this information in one Discord, and also not deal with a lot of the negativity, because I don't know what I did to these to the haters. I just like, hey guys, here's the mechanics. I'm not talking shit to them. I'm not trying to say that they're bad at the game. I was just saying that this is how it works. Uh, and like, this is how it works. This is it's what you're saying is not true, and I mean, it's just the knowledge, like the truth is going to come out there. So, but I made my own Discord so I could put my own content on there. Um, I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be doing Ebony forever. Once I figure out all the mechanics of Ebony, I don't know what I'm going to do after that. Uh, so, but for example, Aptoid treats me well, like, and I try to help them out. But the problem is, Aptoid doesn't like. They like it that I have videos and the videos do well, but I only make a video a month, and they're like, "We need you to do at least one video a week." And I'm like, I can't do that, and that's why. Oh wait, hold on. Here we go. Aptoid. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Sponsored by Aptoid. Um, Now I don't have a code for Aptoid because I haven't been posting very recently, so a lot of other people have been getting Aptoid codes. Uh, but Aptoid is great, and they helped encourage me to make more videos, because you know I like the fact that they're actually actively saving people money in these. And they're a great company. So I remember when everyone was skeptical about them. Sure, I can do that. My Discord is in the description of the monster mechanic video, and I've been trying to put it in several other ones. Let's see if I can figure that out. I have so many tabs open though. Let me share this. Uh, and if you're in my Discord and if you have a question that you think that only I can answer, you can at me. Like, I am generally quite busy. It's very difficult for me to do stuff like this. So let me just share it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put it right here. I'll put it in the description later. But that is the Discord. How to bypass tier 1s to kill archers with ground. Sonny, this is something that I can't. This is something that would only happen in a very specific instance, and it's not something that's going to be consistent. So I can't comment on that just yet. Uh, did you ever find that smoke detector? Yeah, so the problem is the smoke detector is super high, and it was really difficult to change out. Uh, let's see, number and math don't lie. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, you could say whatever you want, but I specifically use math when I explain stuff. I rarely say, "Oh, hey, this is how I think it works." Uh, I use basically like, here's the mechanics and here's how it's going to happen. Uh, now I want to be clear. I didn't discover the tier one trap, right? That was something that people already knew before I came along. I didn't discover the tier 11 siege. That's stuff that people have tried out. So what I find interesting is if certain players figure out these mechanics, they can come up with their own strategies. Calves are stronger than range and killing a tier one calves trap. Okay. Again, it depends on the trap. If it comes to a tier one trap, I'm going to tell you that this is a basic tier one trap. If you wanted to solo it, if they have enough siege for your siege to actually be useful, you might want to send a siege mark, take out their siege. Then you could send calves. Calves would take out their ground if they have a lot of ground, and then you can attack them with archers. That could work depending on what they have. It really depends on what kind of buffs they have. Rally wise, do a mix. They probably don't have a lot of siege, and their siege are probably going to be weak. So have one or two people send the siege. If depending on how much siege they have, maybe only one person's enough. But one or two people on siege. Trying to decide if you want to. You can do the rest on archers. And what that's going to do is it's going to take out all their siege. It's going to start taking down their archers. The siege are going to start attacking the archers. The archers that you sent will take out their mounted layers. So really, what they have left to kill you is tier 1 mounted and their ground troops and archers, right? So really, once all their siege are dead, you're basically just gonna be taking out their archers with the siege, and you're gonna be taking out their mounted with your archers. And it depends on how much ground they have. You might want to send one mounted. It really depends on how big they are. It really depends on what their attack is. But I think most tier 1 cav traps can be taken out very efficiently with a mix. Siege and archer. Something that I've been thinking of lately. Something that I've been thinking of lately is if when we do like a mounted rally, I sometimes wonder if it's better to do a mounted rally with like a mid-tier mounted, like tier 12 or something, and maybe join a rally. Like let's say they're doing, your team is doing an archer rally. I'm wondering if joining it with a tier 12 mounted rally would do you any good, because in my head, what I'm thinking of is, okay, their archers are going to attack the layers of tier 15s, tier 14s, tier 13 mounted. And then that means that your tier 12 mounted can do some damage on the ground. I don't know how viable that is yet. And that's something I want to test myself as well. I think mid-tier rallies could actually be quite a strong. It could be quite strong, but it's more of, that's a theory. Like that's, I don't know in the grand scheme of things without doing all the math. Yeah, look, like I'm gonna. I get, Jacob. If you want, if you probably didn't see the beginning of the stream, I'm gonna put the stream on my YouTube. I'm gonna try to eventually put some times on there. Take a look at different tests I did, and I'm planning on making a video on this as well. But basically, the whole point of these tests is I just said, hey, look, these are the tests I've did to prove that speedbooks don't work. I know what Viper says. If I'll tell you this, if you spend 100 grand on the game, you can win with speedbooks too. It's not like a big deal. So they don't work. I say look at the evidence. Don't even take my word for it. Test them out yourself. Like look at the test I did. Just look at the test and see if that's good evidence for you. And don't believe anybody in Evney. And I'm going to tell you that's the thing. Like so many people, even with good intentions, will give you bad advice, bad theories and stuff like that. Look at the actual numbers, right? And if someone's doing a test, make sure that test is done correctly, so there's no problems. But what you're asking about is what you should do on your defense. You have siege attacks, siege defense, siege HP, siege range, archer attack. Okay. Now I don't know. I don't know your setup, man. I don't know what kind of troops you have. If you have a very siege heavy keep, I think that's great. I think the siege, maybe not the defense, because really defense it's hard to justify defense over like ground HP. Ground HP might be better, but you might not have a lot of ground. But yeah, I definitely think siege range and archer range, they still work. They're still great. Don't get rid of them. They're not the values that Evney says they are, but they're still good. You don't need to get rid of those. I mean, siege range, I'm not sure because siege range doesn't increase it as much, but I still think it's good. Because what's going to happen is, yeah, I still think it's good. I think siege range, I might have to do some testing to see if it's better to change out, but for right now, I think that's good. I think the only thing that you might want to change any of those out for would be ground HP, depending on how much ground you have. Because, I mean, you think about it, ground has so much HP already, just giving them more HP might be good for you. How to get accommodated ring scroll. You have to pray to the Evney gods. Accommodated rings just don't happen. Thanks, Jacob. Just one random number. Yeah. So I'm really interested in the possibility of a fully percent and flat buffed cavalry defense with archer debuffs. Yeah, so that's something that now this is a theory. I don't know, man. I need to put the lighting in here, but when I think about it, I'm like, okay, right now for me, instance, I have the huge tier 1 mounted layer, right? I have pretty thick tier 2, tier 3 mounted layers. I have a lot of tier 14s to kill monsters with. What if I just went, different defense wall generals to increase my, like, I don't know, I could have maybe Brock and Boudica or something like that. I just go straight up percent HP and defense for mounted. I just go full blast into it. All my refines, I just go full mounted. And then my debuffs, just make sure that I could debuff anybody that has 3000% archer. Like I'm just trying to debuff everything that's archer attack. Because what people are going to do, they're going to see, oh hey, you have mounted, we're going to attack you with archers. And the idea is to make sure that my archers, my mounted are strong enough for them to be, for the archers to lose. That is a strategy that I think would be kind of cool. Does it work? I don't know. I'd have to, it's something that I'd have to sit down and do some math, and that would give me an idea, but then it really isn't, you just don't know until you do the actual testing of it, because there is a ton of variables that I can't do that in my head. I can't figure all that out, but I think that'd be a really cool defense, something different, you know. Um, Same thing with like I think any person that does something different, I think that's an awesome thing in Ebony. Like other than just doing the basic, hey, here's my the typical tier one defense, and here's my whatever layers that people are telling you to use. Uh, I think it's cool if you figure out your own thing. Uh, what I think would be what I think would be really cool is to figure out really like for small players because you know there's a lot of big players, but for small players, how small players could deal with big players in terms of going positive in rallies. Right now, the only thing that small players have right now is trap keeps, right? Like you can't go positive against a big keep just because of their buffs. But it'd be nice if there are good strategies where somebody that's more free to play with some teamwork can do well against big players. And I'm almost there, right? I'm almost to the point that I can take on players twice my size, but um, it's not always the case, right? Buffs are king, unless you have a lot of layers. Anyway, if I think I'm gonna get it off. It's actually kind of late now, unless anybody has any questions. Need to get ready for a challenge tomorrow. Maybe I could try to stream challenge, but like I said, I'm taking care of 12 keeps and challenge. It's pretty insane. It is not fun. It would be difficult for me to concentrate on streaming as well. But who knows? Maybe I'll record it and it may or may not go well. So I'm gonna get off, guys. If you have questions, put them in the Discord. Yeah, 12 keeps this a lot. Put them in the Discord, and maybe I can answer them at some point. I think it's a lot easier to explain everything in a stream. Yeah. Thanks for being here, guys. Take care.